Brandon, number 11. Substitutions now checking in for Brandon. Line up, Brandon.
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from?
This year's Wesmen Classic by going to turn to the website, Wesmen.ca/classic 57. There is your final rosters, tournament program, game-by-game results, and statistics, and much more. That is Wesmen.ca/classic 57. Johnson was foul number 9, not over Patrick. That was their first foul. Team foul number 2. Out of bounds, Boston Lakers basketball. first foul of today's game, 2004. Checking back in for brand number 23, Peyton Clearsky. Offensive foul on Thompson Rivers, number 7. Daniela Kovacevic, that's her first foul of today's game. After one quarter, the score is Thompson Rivers 12, Brand.
Whether you want to change the world or nurture your own neighborhood, start here. With a diverse mix of people, cultures, and ideas, our campus is a place of inclusion. Located in the heart of the city. A place where there's always something going on. A place where your professors will get to know you by name. That's the beauty of a small campus community. Connect with open-minded learners, caring professors, and brilliant researchers. Inspire and be inspired by others who share your passion to do something exceptional. Thrive in a supportive and diverse learning environment where your success is celebrated. Create a cinematic masterpiece. Launch a successful startup. Shape young minds, or find a cure. You're determined to achieve your potential, and we're determined to help you do it. Welcome to the University of Winnipeg. We can't wait to meet you.
Checking in for Brandon. Number 6. Madison Shepard. And number 21, Amaya Estrada. Offensive foul to Brandon's number 3, Piper Ingles. That's her first foul on these games. Out of bounds, Brandon basketball. Travel violation against Brandon Thompson-Rivers. Out of bounds, Brandon basketball. Thompson-Rivers foul to number 6, Bianca Sunder. That's the first foul of today's game. 18th foul number 1 in the second quarter. Checking in for Thompson-Rivers, number 3, Jocelyn Ward. Also in for Thompson-Rivers, number 7, Danielle. We're watching. Brandon Thompson, number 10, Simon Kessler. That's her first foul of the game. Foul number 2. number 6, Madison Checker. That's her first foul of today's game. Team foul number 3. Clear sky. Brandon foul number 4, Abby Shea. That's her first foul of today's game. Team foul number 4. Checking in for Brandon, number 1, Caddy Gates. That's her second foul of today's game. Team foul number 4. Timeout, Thompson Rivers. You're Riley Thomas. Catch foul number 11, untaken. That's your first foul of today's game, team foul number 5. Right, foul number 1, counting ace. That's your second foul of today's game. Shooting Johnson Rivers, number 15, Olivia Randall. Jump ball, possession break. Thompson Rivers to foul. Number 8, Delmar. That's her second foul of today's game. Team foul number 4. Violation against the Bobcats. Thompson Rivers has. Thompson Rivers foul is number 22, Morgan. That's her first foul of today's game. Thompson Rivers is now in the penalty. Time up break. The Wesmen Classic products from Coca-Cola Company and Concessions, the official soft drink of the Wesmen and the title sponsor of the Wesmen Classic. You're looking for that perfect getaway. Just look to get away out and about traffic to handle all of your travel planning, big or small. Out and about is the official travel handler of Wesmen Athletics. Score of the half is Thompson Rivers 26, Reagan 60. Ranking substitution checking in for the Bobcats, number 3, Piper Ingalls. Timeout, Johnson Rivers. Western teams are always ready to wreck the W against Adidas. The official supplier of shoes and apparel for Wesmen Athletics. Adidas, impossible is nothing. Unruh Real Estate is an official sponsor of Wesmen Athletics. Amy with Unruh, helping you find your way home. Out of bounds, Bobcats basketball. Out of bounds, Thompson Rivers basketball. Thompson Rivers foul number 14, Kylie Compass. That's her second foul of today's game. Team foul number 1 in the third quarter. Shooting for Brandon, number 21, Amaya for the Clown. Brandon foul number 23, Peter Scott. That's her first foul of today's game. Foul number 3, shooting for Thompson Rivers, number 14, Kylie Compass. Checking in for Brandon, number 1, Yates. Thompson Rivers foul number 14, Kylie Compass. That's her third foul of today's game. Team foul number 2. Yates. Out of bounds, possession Thompson Rivers. Out of bounds, Thompson Rivers basketball. Thompson Rivers substitution checking in for the Wolfpack, number 7, Daniela Kovacic. Check in for Thompson Rivers, number 22, Morgan Edinburgh. Thompson Rivers fouls at number 7, Daniela Kovacevic. That's her second foul. So Steve foul number 3. Technical fouls, number 3, Piper Eagles were ran. Bobcats are now winning penalty. Shooting for Thompson Rivers, number 15, Olivia Randall. Checking in for Brandon, number 4, Maddie Shannon, and number 6, Madison Shepherd. After 3 quarters, your score is Brandon 35, Thompson Rivers.
Whether you want to change the world or nurture your own neighborhood, start here. With a diverse mix of people, cultures, and ideas, our campus is a place of inclusion. Located in the heart of the city. A place where there's always something going on. A place where your professors will get to know you by name. That's the beauty of a small campus community. Connect with open-minded learners, caring professors, and brilliant researchers. Inspire and be inspired by others who share your passion to do something exceptional. Thrive in a supportive and diverse learning environment where your success is celebrated. Create a cinematic masterpiece. Launch a successful startup. Shape young minds. Or find a cure. You're determined to achieve your potential. And we're determined to help you do it. Welcome to the University of Winnipeg. We can't wait to meet you.
Callie Gates Backcourt violation against the Bobcats. Possession, Thompson Rivers. Thompson Rivers foul number 7, Angela Kovakovic. That is her third foul. And foul number 1 in the fourth quarter. Checking in for Brandon. She's shooting for Brandon, number 28 years back. When you're looking to capture or preserve those special moments in life, Instaframe Gallery has you covered. Instaframe, because it doesn't cost more to get it done right. Sport Manitoba wants to remind you that without rest, there would be no game. Officials are fundamental to the success and growth of amateur sport. Get trained to become an official for the sport you love. Tonight's officials, Sport Manitoba, thanks you for your dedication.
I can see the whole city for this government. Back in 2019, I was outside free, but now they got it out for me. I don't care what record you in, you can't offer me. Keep turning, I know what they like, I just keep tweaking. I drop for the DC. We don't need you, don't need Jesus. Somebody else who don't need me. I got plans in the next 6 seasons. Shout out to my new just drop this season.
13, Jaya Soroya. Brandon foul on number 11, Eden Taven. That is her 4th foul of today's game, team foul number 1 in the 4th quarter. She defends the Rivers number 13, Jaya Soroya. Brandon substitution checking into the Wildcats, number 3, Piper Eagles. Brandon fouls number 4. And that is her 3rd foul of today's game, team foul number 2. Checking in for the Bobcats, number 7, Tam Clark. Correction has 4 fouls on number 4. Checking in for Brandon, number 23, Faith Clear Sky. Thompson Rivers fouls at number 8, Kate Tamara. That's her third foul in today's game. Team foul number 3. Fullback foul to number 7, Daniela Novakovic. That's her 4th foul in today's game. Also, foul number 4 for Thompson Rivers. Shooting for Brandon, number 7, Tina Park. Thompson Rivers. Brandon Jackson, number 22, this time, that is her 2nd. 18 foul number 4. Abounds, Brandon basketball. Brandon foul number 21, Maya McLeod. That's her 3rd foul in today's game. Brandon is now in shooting for Thompson Rivers, number 14, Kylie Thomas. Out of bounds, Brandon basketball. 54, Thompson Rivers 48. Stick around, coming up next is our third place game between Fraser Valley and the Winnipeg Wesmen.
Welcome into the Duckworth Center in Winnipeg, Manitoba for today's third place game between the Fraser Valley Cascades and the Winnipeg Wesmen. I am Joey Slattery. Both teams coming off tight losses to find themselves in this game, needing to find motivation here today to walk out with that third place title in this prestigious tournament in its 57th year in Winnipeg, Manitoba. The Cascades beginning with the possession before turning it over to Winnipeg. Quickly going over the starters here. Starting for Winnipeg, number 1, Ray Aginto. Number 4, Tana Layton. Number 9, Jennifer Callan. Number 10, Jason Hayden. And number 14, Sarah Boytson, as a shot goes up from Ginto, and it's no good. For Fraser Valley, number 0, Nikki Kabuko. Number 2, Esther Allison. Number 3, Maya Schumann. Number 4, Maddie Gobey. And number 10, Julia Tukscherer. Alongside me is David Larkins. And Dave, both of these teams coming off some pretty intense games to find themselves here. Close games. Could be a little bit deflating, but I'm sure as this game goes on, the competitiveness will pick up.
Yeah, and I'm going to battle the voice issues here tonight and get a little gritty with it, Joey. Last night, 2 really good, solid semifinals. I thought we had 4 deserving teams to be playing in the championship game later tonight, but these 2 definitely close games last night. I think the old adage of you never want to play the bronze game, but you never want to lose it either, right? So there's an opportunity in this tournament to be one of the teams that wins its last game leaving the tournament.
Ray Aginto opens up the scoring with a 3-point shot. Weston taking a really 3-0 lead, just a little bit over a minute into this one. Nice pass backdoor, baseline cut, and that is good. 2 points there for Maddie Gobey, who had a late start to yesterday's game. Took her a while to get going, but she had a big fourth quarter yesterday as the Wesmen turned the ball over, and Fraser Valley will walk it up.
You're going to see a lot of that from Fraser Valley, looking for those back cuts, those backdoor opportunities. They like to run it out of the high post and then get a slasher or cutter from the baseline, so Winnipeg's got to be aware.
There's a pull-up shot, no good. Rebound tracked down and put back by Maya Sherman.
And Winnipeg's going to go to its bench here real quick. Abby Sweeney about to check in. No Anna Kernahan for the Wesmen today.
Yeah,
just getting a day off, and that changes this team quite a bit.
Tamaya Ness missed all the games so far this tournament, scratched again here today, and as Dave just mentioned, Kernahan out as well. Star player here for the Wesmen, so the Wesmen's depth going to get a test here today as the shot goes up, and it's no good. Rebound corralled by Sarah Boytson.
Kernahan's going to move on after this season, being a 5th year, and so it's given the opportunity here in this tournament for Layton, Sweeney, Ginto to kind of be more ball-handling players and get that experience.
Here's Callan, who had a great game yesterday, scored in double digits, doesn't get that one to fall, fights for the rebound, and will secure at least a jump ball.
I mentioned it to Coach Cox just the other day or last night after a tough loss to Guelph that I've just seen the difference in Jen Callan from September, October to now. The confidence level is just so much higher. She's really coming into her own.
The shot will count. It's 3 points for Ray Aginto. And the foul is going to go to Maddie Gobey. It'll be her first foul of tonight's game, team foul number 1. And checked into the game here for Winnipeg, about to inbound the ball, is Abby Sweeney, first-year player from right here in Winnipeg.
A bit of a double dip there for the Wesmen. There was a delayed response because people assumed that was going to be a foul on the screen. Instead, they get 2 possessions out of it. They knock down and count the 3.
Ball turned over there. Fraser Valley will take it. As we've seen yesterday, could be stagnant, but a nice cut there by Tukscherer.
Really, they just swing that to the wing, and then there's a back screen for Tukscherer to rub off of a high post rub. Wide open.
Yesterday in the first half, Tukscherer and Esther Allison were the only 2 scorers with 20 points each. As Ginto puts up another 3. Touch there by Allison. Saved at the baseline by Maya Sherman, and the Cascades will break out the other way. Ball into the post. Tukscherer and Boyson. Even matchup there down low could be key in this game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do with her on her touches in the low block if they play it straight up.
Here's a long 3-pointer just short, and the ball will roll out of bounds into the Fraser Valley bench. So Winnipeg will get possession as a couple of substitutions come in, making their first appearance here tonight. Carmen Hebert, number 15, and number 8, Jasmine Birch. Jasmine Birch, another one who's really seen a lot of can see a lot of confidence in her game this weekend. Before the tournament had started, she said she felt like she was going to play loose in this game, as there's no conference ties to this one, win or lose. This is all for the tournament title, and she seems to be playing that way. There's a long pass put up, but it's a little too hard. Nice rebound there by Esther Allison. She's fouled on the putback, and we'll get 2 shots.
Be interesting to see what Coach Cox does with her substitutions and her rotations, particularly with her bigs, because there is such good size with this Cascades team. Tuchera, of course, the main threat, but there is such good size that they're going to need to kind of continue to just roll in those bigs in and out. And there's going to be a tall task for the likes of Hebert and McMillan Stowards and that sort of thing. So it'll be interesting to see how they manage defending and dealing with the interior of the Cascades.
So that foul to Hebert, that's the first foul for the Westmen here in the first quarter. Ball swung around to Ginto, quick 3 put up, rims out, and the rebound is corralled by Bernie Leda, who's now in the game for Fraser Valley. Yesterday in the semifinal, as the shot clock might have been an issue there, they're going to reset the shot clock to 14. So must have missed a reset there. Caught everybody off guard. Cascades will inbound on the sideline. And in yesterday's semifinal for Fraser Valley, you saw the contrast with Regina and their styles. Very big. They don't move the ball around overly quickly on offense. They are patient with the ball. They don't tend to turn it over, but they don't rush. There's not as much movement as you see in a lot of teams at Canada West level, where the Westmen could exploit that, because where they did have trouble yesterday, Dave, was when the offense was moving and the defense has their head on a swivel. And once you get them shifted around, you're going to find your holes. Here's the ball in tight. Intercepted by Leda. Leda's going to go quickly. She'll pull back here just over half court. Into Tuchera. Sure, rather. With Hebert on her. Here's a loop around now. Another 2 points put up for Allison, Maddie Gobet, who's off to a much quicker start here tonight.
He's another problematic thing with Tuchera is she's such a big presence there that really, when you do a dribble handoff or a high ball screen, the guard really has to work hard to fight over that screen.
And Tuchera now puts the ball ahead for Gobet, and Gobet, easy 2 points for her. And just like that, Gobet already with 6 points in this game.
Early on, pretty pivotal stretch here for the Westmen.
Oh, Jasia Hayden with the take and gets fouled on the way in.
We talked a little bit about it yesterday in one of the early games about, when it's a 4 or 5 point game, a little 4-0 run, a little 6-0 run can really turn the momentum and change things so much. And so, we're only 6 minutes into the game here. It's only 10-6. There's nothing, of course, to panic about by any means from the Winnipeg side of things. But you have to feel like, okay, we can't let Fraser Valley get even just that little bit of run to gap this lead. You don't want to be playing from behind so early against such a quality team. So I think there's a pretty pivotal stretch here, final 4 minutes of this period, see where the Westmen can come out at.
Jasia Hayden hits 1 of 2. Another player who's played really well this weekend for the Westmen was pivotal in yesterday's game. Cascades working the ball around the perimeter. Now here's a drive from Leda. She kicks it out to the baseline. Extra pass for the wing. 3 points, no good. Rebound tracked down by Maya Sherman. Cascades will go again. 8 seconds on the shot clock. Nice cut and a good way to get a hand in there. Abby Sweeney able to knock it out of bounds. More substitutions coming in for both teams.
We've seen a lot of that already tonight, this afternoon, is that whether it's back screening to get somebody going towards the hoop, whether it's a back cut from the wing, something like that, they're really looking for a lot of that kind of the nail, the pivot point to get those backdoor opportunities.
Esther Allison checked back into the game. Gets that pass, and there's going to be an offensive foul here charged to the Cascades. And that's going to go to Madison Storm, who's now in the game. That'll be her first foul. Sweeney being guarded closely there by Leda. Or Letta, rather. Here's Dineza. Her first action in tonight's game for the Wesmen. Nice pass to Birch, cutting inside. Can't get that to fall. And there's a battle here for the rebound, a whistle. And it's going to be a foul against Jasmine Birch for a push. That'll be her first foul of tonight's game. Which in that one, Dave, I'm not really upset with that play, even though you pick up the foul. It's an aggressive play here early, trying to get the tone set here, fighting for a rebound.
No, not at all. I mean, in some ways, you're going to have to try to match the physicality of a team that's overall bigger than you and plays physically. So, I mean, you've got to kind of play into that style a little bit for sure.
This ball's dribbled off a foot here. Going to be a foul on the play. And it's going to be a foul. And that foul's going to go to Alyssa Dineza. So Dineza picking up her first foul.
She's logged quite a few minutes here in this tournament after not playing a ton in the first half of the season. So hopefully from the Wesmen standpoint, that's a positive thing for her.
Ball worked around, skip pass eventually gets to the middle. A drive from Letta, who puts it up. Gets a friendly bounce, and the Cascades lead 12-7.
She's a nice player on both ends of the floor. Really a kind of a tempo changer for Fraser Valley.
Shot up, no good. There's going to be a foul on the play here. And it looks like it's going to go to Esther Allison, so that'll be her first foul of tonight's game. And she's yet to hit a field goal after getting off to a quick start in the semifinal. Dineza with the inbound play to McMillan Stoward. She can't get the layup to fall on the left side, and the Cascades quickly taking it over half. Ball into the post now. Allison gets it back up top. Letta has Ginto guarding her. Working the pick and roll now with Storm. Here's Nikki Kabuko. Skip pass. Letta now will pull up mid-range. Pardon me, that was Ankita Chopra. She's a little gingerly after that one. Wesmen not wasting any time. Here's Dineza putting it up, and she gets the friendly bounce. And just like that, we have ourselves a three-point ball game. Cascades leading 12-9, not wasting any time. Ball into Storm. She finds a trailing Kabuko who can't get it to fall. Second chance from Esther Allison. She can't get that to fall, and it will sail out of bounds, and the Wesmen will retain possession.
One of the things that's a tall task for the Wesmen is trying to keep this Fraser Valley team off the glass, but on the offensive end, or on Winnipeg's defensive end, they've got to do a better job of getting bodies on, being a little bit more physical, keeping their bigs away from the rims. Now, again, that's easier said than done, but they can't survive if there's going to be a ton of offensive rebounds from UFV.
And that's where Regina was very effective yesterday with the team rebounding. And here's Callan with a nice drive. Does not get the bounce, though, in and out. And Fraser Valley picking up the pace here in transition. Here's Gobey. Stops in the middle here, gets it out. Here's a three-point attempt from Esther Allison, and she gets that to fall. That's her first field goal of tonight's game, making a three-pointer.
Tough swing there. That's a 5-point swing in Fraser Valley's favor. You think you have a layup on one end, and then they knock down a triple on the other.
Ball worked into the high post. Here's McMillan Stowards, one of the three fifth-year players here for the Wesmen. Ginto with the clock winding down. 3 on the shot clock. Takes a drive and has the ball knocked away. Allison picks up her dribble on the wing. Finds a cutting Tuksher. Back out to Gobey, who's off to a quick start here, and she's going to add 2 more points. That is now 8 points for Gobey. 17-9 lead for the Cascades. McMillan Stowards directing traffic. Gets it off to Callan, who's guarded very tightly by Charlie Arnold, who falls over. That gives Dineza a chance for the floater, but it catches back iron, and another rebound here for Gobey. Gobey gets it inside. Less than 30 seconds to play here. And Esther Allison gets her second field goal of the game. That's 2. She's got 5.
It's the off-ball stuff that's really hurting Winnipeg at this point. Not picking up cutters, not picking up the back door, that type of stuff off the ball. And there's another one, Fraser Valley taking good advantage.
Shot clock is turned off. 5 seconds left. Here's a shot from Ginto in the corner. And she doesn't get it, but it goes off of Gobey, who just was kind of caught off guard, couldn't get her hands on it, and it rolls out of bounds with 1.8 seconds on the clock. Substitutions coming in for the Westmen. They've got Boydson inbounding the ball. They put Jasia Hayden out there along with Abby Sweeney. Sweeney will be inbounding the ball. 1.8 seconds. It's enough time to get off a shot, but it's got to be crisp. Sweeney puts it up to Ginto at the 3. One dribble up. It'll count if it goes, and it does! Rhea Ginto with the buzzer beater. A little bit of momentum for the Westmen as they go into the break here in the second quarter. Cascades leading it 19-11. Take a quick break here. We'll be right back with second quarter action.
Whether you want to change the world or nurture your own neighborhood, start here. With a diverse mix of people, cultures, and ideas, our campus is a place of inclusion. Located in the heart of the city. A place where there's always something going on. A place where your professors will get to know you by name. That's the beauty of a small campus community. Connect with open-minded learners, caring professors, and brilliant researchers. Inspire and be inspired by others who share your passion to do something exceptional. Thrive in a supportive and diverse learning environment where your success is celebrated. Create a cinematic masterpiece. Launch a successful startup. Shape young minds, or find a cure. You're determined to achieve your potential, and we're determined to help you do it. Welcome to the University of Winnipeg. We can't wait to meet you.
Steve Larkins alongside me. Taking a look at the statistics here from the first quarter. Score is 19-11. Cascades leading the Westmen. 25% from the field, the Westmen. 4 for 16, 2 for 7 from 3. Meanwhile, you look over at Fraser Valley, 50% from the field, 9 for 18, getting more shots, hitting more shots. 3-point line, not much of a factor here for the Fraser Valley Cascades. Only 4 attempts. 1 of those have gone in. You look at the biggest run, 7-point run for UFV. Winnipeg only managed to string together a 3-point run in that first quarter. 6 points, which are off turnovers from Fraser Valley, which is surely a pain point here for the Westmen. And another big one that we've been looking at is rebounds currently. Fraser Valley out-rebounding Westmen 13-10 as a 3-pointer is cashed in there by the Cascades. That's Gobey picking up where she left off in the first quarter.
Yeah, and that's just trying to come under, or a defender going under a screen, and they run that high ball screen really well because Tuchshare is a problem, whether it's setting the screen and rolling or popping. I mean, and then we mentioned the defender having to fight over it. If you go under it, Gobey has the ability to shoot the ball. So that's why it's a challenge. That's why they run it.
And that pass, a little too far ahead. A little too far ahead for Maya Sherman to catch up to, so the Westmen will get the ball back. They're down 11.
Mentioned at about the 4-minute mark or 5-minute mark that this was a pivotal stretch, and so other than Ginto's jumper at the end of the quarter, that was really Fraser Valley's final 5 minutes, and now you see they've already pushed this lead up to 11.
And that is the biggest lead of the game so far. Ginto well far back of the line here, gets it into Boydson. Cuts to the basket. Boydson got caught between decisions there, thought about putting it up and came back down before it left her hands. So a turnover there for Winnipeg and a chance for the Cascades to extend this lead. Ball being worked around down to the corner now. Gobet going to take her turn, cutting into the paint, putting up a nice floater. Falls, but Tuxera over the back does get called for the foul.
A good job there from Boytson after Tuxera gives up the ball. She goes straight to the hoop, looking for that offensive rebound. But good job by Boytson locating her.
Yes.
Right?
Getting a body on it,
Yep.
getting a box out. That's been a problem from time to time for this team. As Tana Layton is into the game here for Winnipeg. Running the point. Jaisha Hayden with it now. Hayden with a hard cut. Has the ball knocked away, and she was hit on the arm, so we're going to have a foul here. So Esther Allison picking up her second foul of tonight's game. One of the big players here. She had 16 points. I want to correct myself from yesterday. There was an adjustment made. 16 points was her total output yesterday. She's got 5 here today and 2 fouls. Layton. Working the ball. Ginto now. Quick dribble. Has Gobet on her. Picks it up. Boytson going to have to work hard. 2 seconds on the shot clock. She puts it up, but it's blocked by Tuxera.
This is going to be a struggling lineup, I think, offensively for Winnipeg, because you have to look at, okay, who's going to score the ball here?
There's Esther Allison. Knows she's going to score on that one. Quickly up to 7 points for her. Callan picks up her dribble just upside the key there. Hayden. Bit of a wild hook shot, easily taken down by Tuxera. And the Cascades getting comfortable here on offense. Some quick possessions for Winnipeg. And Fraser Valley with another chance. Here's Gobet. Tries her shot at another 3. No good. A rebound taken in, and a foul is drawn. A bit of a mismatch there with Rhea Ginto. Up against Maya Sherman. Sherman's going to shoot 2. Ginto will pick up the foul. So Ginto, that's her first foul of tonight's game. Team foul number 1 in this second quarter.
And I'll avoid belaboring the point of not having Kernahan in the lineup for the Wesmen. One thing it does is that it takes away your primary ball handler, your primary creator, somebody who's comfortable scoring the ball, shooting the ball, spreading it around. Rhea Ginto's probably your next, certainly your more veteran ball handler, but it puts more onus on these other players who aren't used to being in that creator role to have to try to find a way to do it.
And a nice take there by Jasmine Birch, a little bit strong. Another rebound for the Cascades. Ball pushed back quickly here. A little bit of in and out play by the Cascades. Holding on to it now, slowing things down is Maya Sherman. Pass is knocked away by Jen Callan. So 10 seconds on the shot clock. The Cascades will have a sideline inbound.
Back up.
Ball into the post, Tuxera on Hebert. Working in the post, nice move, but can't get a shot up. Nice block by Hebert. And now it's the Westmen pushing the pace the other way. Callan gets it into the corner. Nice move by Layton, puts up the 3, and she hits it. What a play by Tana Layton to shake off the defender and can the 3.
That's a confident shot, right? You get that step, defender falls, and no thought about it whatsoever. This one's going up, and good for her to see one go down.
Tuxera now with a nice mid-range at the elbow. Gets that to fall, nothing but nylon. A couple of back-to-back nice shots on each possession here.
Yeah, and she's been one of the best players in the conference for a number of years now, and continues to be, because she just does so many good things for Fraser Valley.
10 on the shot clock. Ginto pulls up for 3, and that one rims out. And again, Fraser Valley with another rebound.
I don't mind that shot. I mean, listen, Ginto is more of, in my mind, more of an off guard. You want somebody that's shooting the ball, or you want her shooting the ball. She created a bit of space, had a good look at it, wasn't contested too heavily.
She's got a shooter's mentality too, right? Like, that's what she's looking for, number 1, and she's not going to let a few misses affect her either. And nice pick off there by Annika Goodbranson, who just checked into the game, making her presence felt here early. Still going to be Cascades ball, though.
11 on the shot here, so Fraser Valley's got to move a little quicker.
Letta getting her call in, a little bit of urgency in her direction. She takes it herself, reverse layup a little too hard. Goodbranson with the rebound and the outlet pass to Callan. Callan with a defender on her, gets to Layton in the corner, and she can't get the second one to fall. And again, the Cascades battling for a rebound, get it, but they turn it right over, back to Layton. Drops it off to Callan. Callan blocked by Tuchur, but she did get a hand on her. The block itself was clean. The other hand got down on a push, and that will go against her.
Well, and you see there was a little microcosm there of what she does defensively to change what an offense is trying to do. Layton gets in there. She sees Tuchur come towards her. Immediately it's a kick out to Callan, who's probably not in the best position in that moment to catch the ball and shoot it. Callan gets the drive and then eventually draws a foul, but you see how she changes mentality, changes shots, changes decision making from the guards trying to penetrate. But from Winnipeg's perspective, you have to keep doing it.
Timeout called here by Winnipeg. And yeah, bit of a bailout, but that's the game that she plays, right? I mean, if a block is there, that's just the instinct to go up and try and knock it away. But with the direction that Callan was going, and you think she might have just been better off just keeping the hands up, staying straight up on that plane and just making it difficult. But she picks up the foul nonetheless. It's not anything too concerning at this point as the Cascades lead 27-16. We've seen a couple of good shots. It's just a matter of now going on a run for Winnipeg. That's the only thing they haven't really been able to do. They've gotten contributions from pretty much everybody on the court, if not in terms of scoring. It's been, rebounds or steals or whatever the case may be, but they've just not been able to get string together a few stops and then going the other way and getting points on the board themselves.
Well, and let's be clear, with Fraser Valley, this is a team you're looking at that has aspirations of certainly being Canada West Final Four, that type of thing. Canada West, trying to play for a Canada West championship. So you're looking at one of the better teams in the country here. And you can see with this young Winnipeg team, again, missing two of its veterans, but with this Winnipeg team, the gap, not the gap necessarily, but this Fraser Valley team is where you're trying to get to, right? And you can just see how efficient they are defensively, offensively. You really do have to play one of your perfect games to really stay in it with them. And so through this stretch now, Winnipeg has to try to find a way, even just a little run, 6-0, 8-0, something like that.
Here's a drive by Letta. She's been effective here tonight. She gets the floater to drop baseline.
She's a really nice player. I like her a lot. Really fearless driving to the hoop and nice touch and what is a tough shot to make there, a little baseline runner.
One of the smaller players here for the Cascades. Well-rounded team as Callan's pass caught the end of the backboard, intercepted, and the Cascades with a chance to score in transition. Going to get back up to Letta reset the offense here as Letta passes and cuts. Here's a shot from Storm from the elbow. No bounce there and knocked out of bounds by Esther Allison, so it will be the Wesmen getting the basketball.
The other thing, too, with Fraser Valley that we've seen already is even though we talk about them being a little bit more physical and big, but they do take those opportunities off rebounds. They're out and running, and you've really got to keep up with their pace, too.
Wesmen working around McMillan Stowers for three from the top, and she hits that. Big three from McMillan Stowers. Not necessarily someone you think of offhand as three-point shooter.
She's added it a little bit to her game, and they're comfortable with her playing pick and pop, and obviously the defenders are going to give her some space, but she'll shoot it.
It's a good option to have as the Cascades respond, though. 2 points there from Storm. Madison Storm now. That's her first field goal of the game, 2 points. And it's going to be a foul here. Foul going against Fraser Valley, Madison Storm. That's her second foul of tonight's game. 4 fouls on the Cascades, only 1 on the Wesmen, so 1 foul away from the bonus here. Dineza back in, inbounding the ball, gets it to Ginto. Dineza working on the wing. She's got Esther Allison on her. She'll give it to McMillan Stowers. Time winding down. 3 seconds on the shot clock. She puts up a wild one. Nowhere near the basket, and here come the Cascades. Gobey with it. Gobey dribbles into traffic, picks up the dribble, finds Allison for 3, and she gets that one. That's her second 3 of tonight's game.
Wesmen have got to start stepping out, being a little bit better on the contest.
And there's another Wesmen turnover. Gobey will take it. Going to slow it down, though. She didn't have the numbers in transition. Good recovery there by the Wesmen defensively. Storm with it in the high post. Stowers giving her some gap. Here's Letta now. Oh, and a bit of a travel. Good play there by McMillan Stowers. She didn't see her coming around the screen. And then you've got McMillan Stowers, one of the taller players on the court with her hands up, nowhere to go, and causes a trip up and a travel.
Tuchscherer coming back in for Fraser Valley. And what a nice privilege it is that the Cascades have. You sub one big out and get another one in. Like they don't seem to lose much when they go to their bench on the interior.
Bit of an older club here too. They've got the experience advantage over the Wesmen as Letta puts one up, and she's going to draw a foul in the meantime. Ginto throws the ball in disgust as she picks up the foul.
Timeout here from Winnipeg. And I've talked a little bit about team size with Fraser Valley. I mean, even their guards, like Gobey is a taller, more physical guard. Like across the 1 through 5, they really give you some problems based on that team size. We could talk about the interior players all night, of course, but yeah, through 1 through 5, they're a big team that can really give you a lot of trouble.
Yeah, we're seeing a different side of them here today as well. Just yesterday, they were in a tightly contested matchup. It was a 64-61 loss to the Regina Cougars, who will play in tonight's final against the Guelph Griffins. But what Regina did so effectively is Regina was really effective in their pressure, their full court pressure, picking up early. The Cascades really didn't have a chance to get out in transition or any fast break points. They really had to earn their points in the paint, and that's where they dominated in that game. But even the rebounding wasn't, what you would think would be an advantage, wasn't really an advantage yesterday, simply because there was so much help, and you've got some tall guards in Regina coming in to help. But tonight we're seeing a different side of the Cascades that wasn't really on display yesterday, as they're getting out in transition early off rebounds, and it's turned into some points. And now they have the biggest lead of the game at 15. 34-19 is the current score.
Well, Regina, which we'll see later on at 8 o'clock in the championship game against Guelph, it's sort of style on style when you talk about that Regina-Fraser Valley game. Regina, again, same type of thing. Good team size across the board. And then their bigger athletes can play inside out, can put the ball on the deck, can do different things. So, I thought they played really well last night. Credit to Fraser Valley last night for coming back in a game that they were never out of it by any means, but looked like Regina was going to maybe try to pull away, or was pulling away in Fraser Valley, especially late in the game. So that to me was two teams that are we could very well be seeing in the postseason when it comes down to some of the bigger games.
There's a shot clock issue here. They had to stop it and reset it, so the Wesmen now have possession. Miscommunication there as Stowers was looking for Birch, who was cutting, and there was no one there. Dineza tried to save it, but was not in a position to, so it's another turnover here for the Wesmen. Going to see Abby Sweeney coming back into the game with Boydson and Cowan here in a moment, but the Cascades in the meantime going to try and add more points on the board. Esther Allison gets tied up. Nice strong play from the Wesmen, Batea Teese. The transfer having an impact here.
Redshirted with the Wesmen last season and getting some opportunity. Still, a few minutes off the bench in conference play, but again, another player who's used this tournament to be able to have to get some playing experience and get a little bit of confidence.
Which is the key in these tournaments as well. You want to win a championship, but it's some extra playing time for a lot of players. As Callan making the most of it, putting up 2 points. Callan now has 4. And another one there for the Cascades. 38-21 is the score.
Callan just lost her check and ends up becoming an easy layup.
Callan working on Allison. Now it's worked to the wing. Sweeney to Birch for 3. And a little too much mustard on that one. It'll fall into the arms of Allison. Allison with it now. 14 on the shot clock. Tuchscherer with Boydson. in the high post. See what happens here. She's going to pass it off to Gobet, who's been hot, and she gets another one, another three-pointer for Gobet. And Gobet has 14 points, leading all scorers in this one with less than a minute to play in the second quarter.
I think a lot of the pregame scout was probably looking at Tuchscherer, and there's no doubt about Gobet being one of the better guards in this conference. Nobody's going to begrudge her that by any means. But it certainly seems that maybe more focus was on what are we going to do about the interior and not, they're forgetting about one of the better guards here, and Gobet's having a day.
45 seconds left here in the half. It's a 20-point deficit for the Wesmen. Cascades looking to add to it. Gobet off to a good start, going to try again. Pulls up, no good. And the rebound tracked by Rhea Ginto, and a foul is going to be called here against the Cascades.
So two things there. Once again, they go under the screen. So Gobet's got a great look. I think you've got to. They have to change their screen coverages if Gobet is a willing shooter and has already, hurt you here for 14 points. You can't go under it. You just can't. You have to fight over it, and then you have to, have your big step out, hedge it a little bit, and make sure that she can't just come off a screen and have a 4-foot gap to open up a three-shot.
Ginto hits those. Only 2 fouls on the Wesmen this quarter. Cascades have been in the penalty for a while, but we haven't seen a ton of foul shots coming from it for the Wesmen. Allison with it. But a 5-second differential on the shot clock to game clock. Here's foul called now against the Wesmen.
That's a tough call against Jen Callan there, too. She does what I just talked about, is fighting over that screen to make the guard have to work to get to their spot. A little bit of body contact, I guess they saw, and to me, that's just fighting for your position.
Oh, it might be a turnover here. Gobet just trips. Sweeney dives for it, gets it to Burge. What a pass! Burge goes up, and she's blocked. Blocked there from Madison Storm. A last second heave goes up, and it's no good. So at half, the Fraser Valley Cascades will hold a 41-23 lead. 18 points is the deficit here for the Wesmen as they head to the locker rooms here for the halftime. As the refs looking for their close here in front of us. We'll get the stats here momentarily and let you know what the half is looking like here. But as you saw the game go on a little bit, Fraser Valley not really having too much of an issue here with the Wesmen. The Fraser Valley has a size differential. We're seeing the speed on display in transition, but the big one is rebounding. Just the Wesmen struggling to match the rebounding power here of Fraser Valley, which allowed Fraser Valley to have those quick transition plays and get out and have an effective day on that. But not looking like a team that's too bothered about yesterday's loss, that's for sure.
No, just really efficient. I thought they did a lot of good things in a variety of places in the basketball game. They shot it well. They rebounded it well. Defensively, made things really difficult on Winnipeg. Created turnovers. 12 first-half turnovers there against Winnipeg. That's suboptimal if you're a Wesmen backer. But yeah, I mean, that's one of the best teams in the country. Certainly one of the top teams in the conference, and they're showing their strengths at this point.
Yeah, and just looking at the rebounds, out-rebounded right now. Fraser Valley is out-rebounding the Wesmen 23-16, 18 defensive rebounds to just 4 offensive boards for the Wesmen. 7 for 28 from the field. Winnipeg was 25% field goal percentage, 4 for 13 from 3, giving them a 30.8% average there. Free throws, 5 for 6. Not getting a ton of free throw opportunities, either team really, both only shooting 6 foul shots through the first 2 quarters. We'll be back after a halftime break here. 3-on-3 basketball championship happening in between the halves here. The high school 3-on-3 tournament happening here. A great element to this tournament. After a quick break, we'll be back and tee up the second half. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Duckworth Center in Winnipeg, Manitoba. About to start the second half in this third place game between the Winnipeg Wesmen and the Fraser Valley Cascades. The Cascades leading 41-23. I'm Joey Slattery. Alongside me is David Larkins, and it's an uphill battle for the Wesmen. They're without their star guard in Anna Kernahan, so we're seeing a lot of the depth getting a test out here tonight as we see a lot of them out. A lot of what you'd expect from Fraser Valley, and they've really been able to put on the transition here in the first half, which has been a bit of an Achilles heel for Winnipeg.
First off, I took a fisherman's friend at halftime, so I feel like I also am ready to go for the second half. Changed my style up a bit.
Is this Steve Larkin? Sounds totally different. Here's a shot. Esther Allison, a little short, follows her shot, though, and puts up a easy layup. Not the start you want if you're Winnipeg. It's now a 20-point deficit. That is the biggest lead of the game. Second time the Cascades have held that lead.
No, that's just an unnecessary breakdown, too. You don't put a body on the shooter, your own shooter. You're leaking out on fast break, and all she has to do is trot in a few steps. The ball's sitting right there for her for an easy layup.
Jennifer Callan lays in two. And that's a tough one, too, but it's a heads-up play on Allison's part to follow the shot. We've seen a lot of those rebounds this weekend where, the shooter's just going back on defense as opposed to following it, and it usually falls to the other team, but giving herself a second chance opportunity.
And that'll be a philosophy one way or the other with a basketball team. Are we crashing 5? Are we crashing 3? Like, what are we doing one way or the other? Maybe you are looking for 3 to leak out, but then that becomes incumbent on the ones that stick around to go and find bodies to keep off the glass.
Ginto now in traffic, puts up a shot, rims out, gets her own rebound. Hayden with the chance now, and she puts in the mid-range jump shot. Hayden, just 3 points in this one tonight so far, but she has been a spark plug for this team this weekend. Here's Tuchscher with the ball at the wing. Don't mind having her there if you're Winnipeg now. She's diving towards the basket. Here's a shot. Nope, fake. Around late, and she goes and puts up a nice lay-in there. 2 points for Maya Sherman. Winnipeg struggling here to get it out. Here we go, and Jason Hayden will walk it over half. She's going to take a drive, has it knocked away. Going to be a foul called here against Fraser Valley. So that's another one against Esther Allison. That's her third foul of tonight's game. So 3 fouls on Esther Allison, who's got 14 points in this one. 7:53 left in the third quarter, so a ton of game left. She's going to stay in the game. The assistant coach and her communicating something in signals here, but she's going to stay in the game. And she'll pick up the ball here on a missed possession for Winnipeg. Here's Gobet. Had a strong first half. Here's Gobet in the middle. Now she's got Ginto on her, trying to find some space. Can't. Nice no-look pass to the corner. And a drive, a wide-open layup. Birch just a little late getting to that one. Another 2 points for Maya Sherman. So that's 4 points in this quarter alone for her. Sherman now with 14 points as well. Here's the pass around now. Ginto on Gobet. Inside to Boydson. 4 seconds on the shot clock. Going to have to get something up. Callan now with the drive. Gets it up. It'll count if it goes, but it bounces out. And there's going to be a foul called here.
So Fraser Valley shows a good example of screen coverages there. We mentioned it earlier with how the Wesmen have been going under screens and giving Gobet and the other shooters opportunities to shoot the ball coming off screens. Tuchscher twice now, high ball screen. Tuchscher comes out, hedges it hard, pushes the ball handler away from the hoop. So that's making it difficult. And then a quick recovery on the roller. So that's an example of how you really want to be able to guard that high screen.
And Gobet with another 3. 17 points for her. I just want to correct myself. I said Sherman had 14. She has 7 on the scoreboard. She's just above Gobet. Gobet now 17 points, leading all scorers. Ginto gets to the corner. Here's Callan working on Allison. Puts up a nice lay-in On the other side, going under the rim, nice play by Callan, who just seems to be getting stronger with every game.
Yeah, and again, that's another example of the confidence that I think she's had growing throughout these last couple of months. 2 months ago, I don't know if she's putting the ball on the floor like that.
Oh, and Go Bay just heating up from beyond the arc. Another 3 for her. She now has 20 in this contest.
They have to locate her. I mean, now it's not about them creating necessarily off the screen. That's just ball movement, and she's alone. You have to be able to locate her, find out where she is.
Yeah, it's just above her season average in conference play. I believe it's just over 17 points a game. Substitutions coming in here on both sides. Esther Allison going to get a break for the Cascades. And foul shots here. Birch hitting the first one.
It's been talked about quite a bit through the first few months of the season. Jasmine Birch, Jennifer Callan, both late to the game in basketball. Didn't really pick it up until grade 11 type of thing. And track and field athletes, and really good track and field athletes, and they picked up basketball late in life. And so they're still quite raw. You got to get the hook there. Yeah. Wyatt Anders on the call, but yeah, late to the game for basketball, but the athleticism from that track and field background you can see, and so yeah, still quite raw, but at the same time, boy, if you could imagine them in their 4th, 5th year, if they continue to develop, and if you're a Westman supporter, you got to be pretty happy about what they can potentially bring to the table.
Gobey picking up her second foul there. She didn't like the call, but she's going to get it anyway. Callan goes up, a little bit of a tough shot there, and it's going to be taken away quickly. Going the other way here is Nodell. And it's going to go out of bounds, so the Westmen will get possession here, but that was Kiana Nodell with the quick breakout there for the Cascades. Birch will take a break as Teese is back into the game for Winnipeg.
I joked with Jasmine earlier in the tournament that she's become the media star of the Wesmen Classic, because we found out, and we knew she speaks fluent French as well, so she was doing English media and French media. She had 2 French interviews in this last few days.
There's a breakout pass, another 2 points for Maya Sherman, who's now at 9. And yeah, she's bilingual. And she was even saying during that media availability, as Hebert puts in 2 points, that she was excited for this tournament, not really understanding the gravity of its history until being introduced in the media avail, and having family here from Regina watching her play for the first time. So exciting time for her, taking advantage of the extra time. One of the many bright young athletes here on the Westman squad, and here's 2 points for Chuck Schur.
Boy, and again, that's led. I mentioned already I like that, but what a great look. I mean, that's a blind pass, backhand wrap around to find a cutter. That's a great look.
They've got some chemistry on this team and played together for a few years at a high level. Substitutions coming in for both teams. Ray Ginto about to check back in.
And I'm going to go back to Jennifer Callan again here. In this last few minutes, in this third quarter, she seems to have an understanding of maybe I'm going to have to be the one that initiates and gets this offense kick-started. Really not being tentative whatsoever. It's aggressive, it's attacking, and kind of taking over the Westman offense in a way.
That last foul to Sherman, that's her first foul tonight's game. Here's Letta. She had a strong first half as well, getting things going, driving inside, kicking it back out to the wing. She'll get it right back in the corner. Here's Nodell. Almost had a travel there, but does get it off. Nice get pass in the corner. Shot is missed, but again, another follow-up rebound. This time it's Nikki Kabuko. Kabuko to Letta. Letta, nice pass into Storm, and Storm will put the layup in over Hebert. Nice option to have.
Again, that's defensively missing communication from the Westmen.
Oh, and Callan with a nice take, getting in 2 points, and that's going to be enough to have Thompson Rivers call a timeout. They lead by 22.
You go back to that again. Callan, okay, we give you props on one end. On the other end, we got to talk about defensively. You lose your check off the jump shot. She goes hustling for that rebound. The ball comes back to Fraser Valley. Now there's no communication on the defensive side for Winnipeg. People are scrambling. Hey, I got to pick up this. I got to pick up this. And before you know it, Fraser Valley's got an easy layup because that one little thing can lead to an unraveling, and that's what happened there for Winnipeg.
And Fraser Valley moving the ball a lot better today than they were yesterday. You know, when you can get those skip passes across and just moving the defense and you have those cuts, it just creates enough confusion sometimes. And they're definitely looking for that shot in the far corner. That's 2 now that they've put up and followed the rebound to put in 2 points. So you miss the 3-point field goal, but you follow it up and get the 2 points. And that's got to be frustrating as a head coach too, when you know it's coming and there's still no one there. They get the shot off and then the rebound, and there's no one to cover the rebound. So chance here for Alyssa Cox to get things recalibrated a little bit, reset, as her team's deficit just keeps growing. Here's Kabuko now. Now they'll work it around. Nodell off to Letta. Letta finds a seam, gets it off. Quick ball movement here. It's worked around back up top to Letta, and there's going to be a foul called as Dineza's down, and she looks to be in a little bit of pain. So the foul's going to go to Madison Storm. That's her 3rd foul of tonight's game. So while they do have a sizable lead, there's a few players now that you got to start considering playing time for foul trouble. Dineza's going to take a break. Tana Layton's in. Layton going to inbound the ball, but you look at Fraser Valley right now. You've got Madison Storm with 3 fouls. You've got Esther Allison with 3 fouls. Maddie Gobet has 2 fouls. So they're going to have to be careful here. And if I'm Winnipeg, you think you're going to want to take it to them, see if you can put them in some foul trouble and have some coaching decisions for Fraser Valley. As the shot goes up, Rhea Ginto hits the 3.
I think if you're Winnipeg, 3 minutes left here, you're down 19. Can you, as you're about to give up another layup, so push it to 21. I was going to say, can you get this thing down to maybe 13 or 14 going into the 4th quarter and then reevaluate from there?
Letta now has 8 points. Allowed 8 points. It feels like it's more. Here's Layton now, skip pass. Over to Ginto, takes another 3. That one is short. And it's tracked down by Teese. Teese tries to get it inside. Can't find Hebert. It's picked up by Storm in the Cascades. Again, quickly breaking out the other way. Letta gets it over to Nodell. Nodell can't get it to fall. Hebert will pick up the rebound. Winnipeg going to slow it down. Layton has Kabuko on her. Going to wait for the screen. Decides to pull up for 3, and that's a little bit hard. And another easy rebound for the Cascades. And here comes Letta. Fakes the pass, puts up the layup, but doesn't get it to fall. Ginto going to push the pace, has Layton. Layton cuts to the middle, gets cranked as she does it, takes the hit, gets the pass off to Hayden. Hayden can't get the bucket, but she does pick up the foul, or force the foul. And she will get 2 shots. Did not see who that was on, though, for the foul on the Cascades.
Called led a tempo changer earlier, and I don't know if that's praiseworthy enough. Like, I think there's the speed at which she plays the game. I mean, you could see just how quickly that transition from defense to offense for Fraser Valley changes when the ball's in her hands. I mean, she is gone. And then remind me of a couple of these last transition points that reminded me a little bit of Razel Ginto, who played 1 year here for the Wesmen. Same type of player in the sense that just really knows where everybody is on the floor, wants to push the issue, and then really good at either attacking, getting to the hoop, or finding the right player.
And that is an adjustment from yesterday. They struggled to push the pace in transition, and that's mainly because of the pressure that Regina was able to put on them. But, Winnipeg not having much of an opportunity with that because of how quickly they're getting to the rebounds and pushing it out. It doesn't allow you to set up any kind of trap. So Winnipeg just going to have to play it out, start hitting some shots and secure some rebounds. Here's Ginto getting caught up. Had to pick up her dribble. Finds Gabranson on a nice cut. Just couldn't finish that left-hand layup, but it was a tough angle.
Good pass, good cut, right idea, just didn't get the finish.
Ball being worked around. Tuke Schur with it up top. McMillan Stoward's giving her plenty of space. Not too worried about her up there. You're worried about her getting a little bit lower. And now she's going to get a shot up. That was Letta. That one doesn't fall. Rebound for Winnipeg, and Ginto will walk it up. Over to Callan now. Gets it back to Ginto, who mishandles it, and it's going to fall out of bounds. So another turnover here for Winnipeg. At the half, Winnipeg had 12 turnovers to Fraser Valley's 7. So that number's gone up in the third quarter. We'll have our check on the stats at the quarter break. 44 seconds left in this third quarter. Cascades trying to add to their lead. 61-42 is the score. Here's a shot put up. No good. That was Nikki Kabuko. Callan over to Hayden. Hayden drives to the middle. Turnaround step back. Had a hand in her face. Falls a bit short. Here's a long lead pass. Oh, she's able to get a nice play there. The 2 points to Sherman. The pass from Kabuko. 5 seconds on the clock. McMillan Stowers with her second three-pointer of the game. A big one for Winnipeg to end up on this one. A little bit of momentum going into a fourth quarter after what was a bit of a rough third quarter. Able to pull within 20. It's an 18-point lead here for the Cascades.
So now you have a little bit of a pride check here if you're the Wesmen for the final quarter. Listen, I don't think they've played particularly poorly. I think they've played all right against, again, one of the best teams in the country, and doing it shorthanded. There's going to always be things to nitpick and find and say, well, that you can't have that. You got to be better at that type of thing. But for the most part, I mean, they've kind of hung in this game, and they've given up a couple of key runs for sure, and that's really, that's really what swung the game. But on the other hand, you want to go into this fourth quarter and say, okay, well, this thing could go to 30 or it could go down to 10, right? And which direction do you want to take this? So it's going to have to, from the Wesmen standpoint, it's going to have to start on the defensive end. A few too many lapses, I think, on the defensive end in that third quarter that allowed Fraser Valley to gap the lead a bit. But that 3 at the end of the quarter gives them a little bit of a spark. And hey, can you start the fourth quarter on a little burst, 6-0, something like that? Hey, maybe that changes the complexion of the game if you're able to.
Looking at the rebounds, a little bit better on the defensive rebounding for the Wesmen. 6 defensive rebounds. They have 26 overall. Just 4 less than Fraser Valley, who's got 30. 7 of those being offensive boards. So there's one more offensive board for Fraser Valley, but you're seeing some improvements here in the third quarter. It's just you have to be able to get a few more stops and get on a bit of a run here. Again, only biggest run for the Wesmen was a 5-point run. That's when they were down 59-40. UFV only a 7-point run. That was earlier on in the game, but they have a 24-point lead. Was their biggest lead so far on this one. Points from turnovers though. Fraser Valley with 12 to Winnipeg 7, and 40 points in the paint for the Cascades. A lot of those coming from the presence inside and some rebounding as well. Here's Birch looking for Callan. Good idea. There's just a defender right on her. Went off the foot though, so there's no harm, no foul there. They're going to get the ball back with 14 seconds on the shot clock.
Sometimes it doesn't need to be an 18-2 or a 13-2 run to be the debilitating one. It's the stacking a bunch of 7-2s and 7-0s and that type of thing. So, death by 100 cuts kind of thing. And that's what Fraser Valley's been able to do. Have a really good 2, 3, 4 minutes where they gap the lead, and Winnipeg hasn't been able to handle that.
Here's Gobey. A little quieter in the third quarter, but still having a great game here tonight. That shot is missed, and Winnipeg will get the rebound. Gobey has 20 points in this one. Had 6 points last quarter. Here's a good Branson having to throw it around as she was falling to the floor. McMillan Stoward's able to secure it. Gets to Birch, who gets the shot off and draws the foul, so she'll go to the line for 2. So that'll be another one on Sherman. Sherman now with 2 fouls in the game. Birch hitting that first shot. And the Westmen shooting pretty well, 91% today from the line after 3 quarters up until the third. They were 11 for 12, so you can make that 13 for 14.
6 of 17 from 3 as well, and I
Yeah.
think you take that.
35% from 3, yeah. McMillan Stowers with a couple. The 3-pointers have been mirrored as another one goes up. Branson can't get that one to fall. Fraser Valley 6 for 18. Here's a lead pass. Gobey can't keep up with it, but she is able to save it. She elbowed the little nook door there.
Nice cut, nice pass.
Sweeney with good vision there. I thought she was passing to the wrong player. Didn't even see Birch cutting through. So we're going to have some substitutions here. Got a foul called as well.
And so previous trip transition, they got a good look. You drive the ball deep, kick out corner. Gudbrandson's got a good look at it. You don't complain about that. Then on the backside, coming back the other way, you can't let Gobey just run alone, 10 yards in behind the defender.
Hebert with the save. Dineza able to come out with it. That was a bit of a melee, but it's Dineza now. She drives in the middle, puts up the teardrop. Can't get it to fall. Good play by Callan to knock it out. It took Scherer, but it goes right to Letta, who puts a lead pass to Allison. She can't get that to fall. So Winnipeg getting a little bit lucky here with some missed transition opportunities for the Cascades. Dineza before the shot, it looks like. So there'll be a foul against the Cascades. It's going to go against Letta. Letta's first foul of the game. Here's Sweeney putting up a teardrop. Wasn't near the net, a little frustrated. Hebert picks up the rebound, misses the first attempt and the second attempt. Tuchscherer now secures it, has the ball nearly picked off by Sweeney, but in the process, Sweeney puts another foul on Esther Allison. So Esther Allison now has 4 fouls. No, 5 fouls. She is now ineligible for the rest of this game. So that's a big player to come out.
Well, the reality is here, too, for Winnipeg, 16 is not an 16 is not a deficit that is insurmountable by any means. Like, if you can find a way to get just 6 straight, something like that, get one of your runs. But again, that's asking a lot against a team of this quality. But the fact of the matter is, we're talking like it was, a bit of a blowout here, but it really isn't. This is a game that could swing a different way.
So Esther Allison out of the game now, finishes with 14 points, 7 rebounds, and a couple of steals to go along with an assist. Another 2 points there for the Cascades, their first field goal of the fourth quarter.
Tuchscherer just getting good position, getting fit. Once she's down underneath the hoop, you don't have much hope.
It's an 18-point deficit for the Westmen. We've talked about how difficult runs have been for the Westmen. Another turnover here as Teese was looking for Hebert.
And I think that's, again, a player that hasn't been in that position very often. She tries to force the pick and roll, but if she had looked towards her left, they had an open shooter on the left wing.
Westman slowing up the pace here, trying to get in their set offense, and Sweeney handling the ball, getting it over to Dineza. Shaken up a little earlier, looks okay now. Sweeney puts up a 3, it's no good. Another rebound for the Cascades. Here's Letta trying to evade Callan. She does. She'll just pull it out here. 12 seconds on the shot clock. Tuchscherer with it. Hebert guarding her. Oh, and the shot from Letta blocked by Callan, who came out of nowhere to block that one. She gets the ball back, though, puts up the floater, can't get it to drop, and Teese will secure the rebound.
Much better coverage there on the off the ball from the Westmen, taking away that backdoor cut that we've seen them execute with the ball in the high post. Cascade
slowing the pace here now. They've got a sizable lead, 65-47. The Cascades lead it. Letta now with 3 seconds on the shot clock, just puts it out to the wing, and there's no time on the clock. Not enough time for Sherman to get a shot off. She didn't have time for her to dribble, so it'll be a shot clock violation. Substitutions coming in on both sides here. Remains an 18-point lead for the Cascades. We're 5 minutes and 26 seconds away from walking out of here with a third place finish at the 57th Wesmen Classic. Second time it's been a women's basketball tournament. And Jaisha Hayden puts up a nice drive, can't get the shot to fall, and here's Teese now, nice cut around, and able to finish the left-hand layup.
Yeah, that little stretch of basketball is what we haven't seen a ton of from Winnipeg today, but that's being scrappy on the offensive glass, creating multiple possessions, and being active as well.
And there's another 2 points for Sadhu. Google Sadhu now with it's her first field goal. She's got 2 points. Ball being worked around, 8 seconds on the shot clock. Jaisha Hayden finds her spot and puts it up. Shooting with a lot of confidence this weekend. Coaching staff has to be happy with that, seeing that you've got a great option in Hayden, who's really stepping up her game here in her second year.
Tuchère is going to come out of this game on the next whistle. She's asking for a sub. You would presume that's probably the last minutes for her today.
Yeah,
There's
Sherman.
only 4 to go.
Sherman puts up another 2 points. Sherman now with 13 on the day. Hayden with it again on the other wing now. Doesn't like what she has. She gives it up to Ginto. Time down to 5 seconds rather on the shot clock. Ginto got the ball across. This is going to be an offensive foul against Boydson for the illegal screen. That is Boydson's first foul tonight's game. No points for her yet today. And as you mentioned, Tuchère now on the bench and likely will remain there for the 3:35 left in this fourth quarter, unless the Wesmen can get some sort of great run going here. 69-52, Cascades lead it. Gobey almost gets another 2 points, but she will get 2 shots. And that foul is going to go against Abby Sweeney. Her first foul of today's game.
Oh, I mentioned it going into the fourth quarter about sort of being a pride check for the Wesmen about, okay, how are you going to finish this last 10 minutes and which way is the scoreboard going to go? And credit to them, I think they've played a pretty solid 6 minutes here, 6+, and kept the game at even keel, at least here in this fourth quarter.
Well, even if you get it to within 10, right? If you break down the game and kind of have your micro goals, you can get it down to 10 without your star guard, as Tana Layton with another big 3. She's had a couple today, and she's had a few moments here this weekend. A player that could also easily fill in as some of the fifth years will be going out. She could be a strong guard here. She's putting her game together nicely this year. Here's Gobey. Pulls up at the elbow and gets that to fall. Now she's just feeling it. 24 points for her on the day.
But again, going under the screen, and then the secondary defender isn't stepping up to create any, make it tight on her, to create any congestion for her. It's basically just an open look.
A nice hard drive from Jasmine Burt. She has another 2 points. That's 6 on the day for her. But you look at this, Dave, like for the Wesmen, as Gobey takes a drive in on Boydson, puts it up, and one. Right now, she's just throwing rocks in an ocean. It feels like everything's falling for her. Boydson going to pick up the foul. That's her second foul of today's game. And she will come off as Sadie McMillan-Stowards comes back in. There's going to be a timeout for the Wesmen, but I'm going to ask you before that N1 play there. You look at the weekend that they've had. You know, you played TRU, which, was a a team that's struggling all year, but you handle them, and you move on to the next round. Then you find yourself in an absolute stunning game with Guelph, who's a nationally ranked team, 3-point differential in that one. So, yeah, they lost that one 69-66. So you go head-to-head, toe-to-toe with it, put yourself in a position where you have an opportunity to win a game against a nationally ranked team. Then you go up against an equally as tough team in Fraser Valley. And in a lot of ways, you don't have your star guard, and you've done a lot of things right. Obviously, as you said, there's things they're going to look on the tape where they can work on it. But I'm looking at this last little bit. If you, like you say, if you can get it into that 10-point territory and you can say, hey, we went up against these guys who had a size advantage and we were missing one of our best players and we were still able to give them at least a little bit of a run for their money as you're going into the second half of the season, because that's what this is all about, is building that momentum and confidence going into the second half.
Yeah, and then you're faced with a real tough challenge coming into the second half of the conference season with Calgary to open up the second half. So you've got to try to take something out of this weekend, and yeah, I mean, I think overall there's a lot of positives here, and I think to a large extent it's seeing a lot of players who weren't getting minutes in the first half of the season getting that opportunity.
Well, nice take there by Leighton, a little hard on the layup though. That's the thing with Leighton. She's so quick and shifty. She gets to the rim. Birch goes hard and picks up the offensive foul. Frustrated with that one for sure. But it just the one thing, though, is she's so quick sometimes that it's hard to take that little ounce off the ball, right? When you're putting it up, the touch is the part of the game. Whereas once she gets that connected, where she's able to drive hard and lay it up off the glass with a little more softness, I mean, she could be really lethal offensively. It's a pass inside, just out of reach for Nodell, so it's going to be Wesmen basketball. Minute 43 left here in this fourth quarter. Cascade's about to walk out of here with a win, up 75-57. Wesmen will finish this one with 1 win and 2 losses. But the most impressive game is probably that semifinal game where they're playing Guelph, losing by 3 points to the 9th-ranked team in the nation.
Just looking at this lineup, I don't think these 5 players have been on the floor at all together this season.
So you're getting a chance. But the other thing, too, is these players, they're all 3 years and under. Other than McMillan Stowards. But, you know, the other 4 players, you're going to be sharing some time on the floor next year, even more so, right, with some players graduating. So it's a good chance for you to go up against some good competition and develop that chemistry. Ball worked around quickly here by Fraser Valley. Back to the wing. Here's a 3-point attempt. And it's a little bit short. That one was Ankita Chopra. There's going to be a foul here on the play. And that foul's going to go against Kyanna Nodell. She's kind of smiling with her hands in the air. Not going to matter either way. It's now in the penalty, the Cascades are. So it'll be 2 shots for Abby Sweeney. And Sweeney misses the first one.
So 5th place game coming up. Manitoba Mount Royal is our next one on the slate. And then the championship game, Regina and Guelph tonight at 8. You'll be on the call for that, I believe.
Imagine so. I'm not sure. We'll see. I'll see if no one else grabs the headset. Maybe I'll jump on. We'll see. But no, I think that is the plan. I'm looking forward to that one, too. That's going to be a great final. It's been great games all weekend. As the weekend went on, the games got a little tighter, a little closer. Bobcats beat Thompson Rivers in what was a tight game. Thompson Rivers held the lead for most of that one before Bobcats put a second half run together to take that game. This one here, Cascade's pretty much in control throughout this game. So been 4 lead changes with this. Winnipeg only led this game for 1:06. But last game against Guelph, they led most of the game with it and didn't come up with the win. So time with the lead doesn't mean anything. It's what the lead is at the end of time. And we've got 24 seconds left in this one. Sweeney. Over to Leighton. Here's Birch now. Up fake, gets around her defender, puts it up. She's caught on the arm. So that'll be 2 shots for her. So Google Sadhu picks up the foul. And Birch is going to hit the first one. She can hit this one. It'll bring the game to within 15 points. She does. So it's a 15-point lead here for the Cascades. 75-60, 17.2 seconds. You imagine they're probably just going to try to get the ball across and hold. Birch playing hard. Wesmen not relenting here, and there's going to be a foul picked up on Birch. Birch with her hands in the air. Not happy about that call.
Okay, so I get to shout out Keith Van Wellingham here, a close friend of mine from Brandon who made that call. Him and I are going to have a talk after the game. What are we doing here, Keith?
And that call is the crowning jewel on this game, as the Fraser Valley Cascades are going to leave the Wesmen Classic as the third-place finishers in this one. After losing a tough one yesterday to Regina, who will play in tomorrow's final, they bounce back with a 15-point win against the Wesmen. The Wesmen will finish the tournament 1 win, 2 losses. Again, though, game that impressed me most was that Guelph game for sure, and they did play well here today, especially when you consider Anna Kernahan not in the lineup.
Yeah, I thought they were pretty good today. I mean, if you had said to them going into this game, you're going to put 60 up on Fraser Valley, then I think you'd be okay with that. And but again, some of the defensive lapses really hurt them. But again, that's what a really high quality team will do to you. And I thought their compete level was really good. Certainly, there's always going to be things that you're going to pick at and say, well, you wish you had done this and that. But all in all, I thought it was a pretty positive performance from the Winnipeg Wesmen. From Fraser Valley's standpoint, they got 3 quality games today. Manitoba in the first round. Manitoba's no slouch. And then the really tough game yesterday with Regina. I think they'll probably come away with it saying they got to work through some things, got some players some playing time, and now they'll get ready to go back into the Canada West Conference season.
And you look at the Wesmen, too. I mean, this is a team that's still building, right? I mean, they're coming into this knowing that this is all progression-based and not necessarily, you're here to win the tournament. Obviously, everybody's playing to win, but there's plenty to take away for a Wesmen team that's still really building up, coming off the national championship realms here that they had just a few years ago. So, plenty to take away here as we get the final stats of tonight's game. Winnipeg shooting 30% from the field, 18 for 59, 36% from the 3 points from three-point land, 8 for 22 there. They had 38 rebounds total, and 60 points, which is a great points up against a good team. Fraser Valley 75 points. 6 for 24 from the 3 points from three-point line, 48% from the field, 32 for 66 were those numbers, and 40 rebounds. So we will take a quick break here before our 5th place game taking place between the Mount Royal University Cougars and the University of Manitoba Bison. Stick with us. Thanks for joining us for this game, and we'll see you real soon. Welcome to the Duckworth Center for our 5th place game here between the Manitoba Bisons and the Mount Royal University Cougars. I am Joey Slattery. Thank you for tuning in to what's been a great Wesmen Classic here so far. First shot of the game to go in off the hands of Jamie Lawler, key player here for Mount Royal, getting them on the board first. Taking a look at the starters here for Mount Royal. Number 3, Maddie Hooper. Number 5, Haley Lawler. Number 12, Jenica Martins. Number 13, Jamie Lawler. And number 14, Nora Luca, as Emerson Martin puts up a 3, and it's no good for Manitoba. Looking at Manitoba's starters here. You've got number 0, Emily Mandam, and number 4, Sydney Harris. Number 9, Autumn Agar. Number 11, Ava Kahn. And number 12, Emerson Martin. As another one's put up, that's 2 points for Nora Luca. Both teams coming off wins to be in this game. Manitoba beat Brandon handily win, I should say, as Autumn Agar puts in 2 points. Manitoba beating Brandon 80-62 yesterday. They lost their first game to the University of Fraser Valley, who just beat the Wesmen in the 3rd place game played just before this. And as we take a look at Mount Royal, they're coming off another handily win. 52-26 was the score as they beat Thompson Rivers University. Their first game was a close one. They lost 60-50 to Guelph of the Ontario University Athletics Association, the OUA. The only OUA team, not Canada West team in this tournament. They will be playing in the final a little bit later today, right after this game, actually, against the Regina Cougars. There's a nice pass inside to Emerson Martin. She gets tied up and draws the foul. She'll go to the line for 2. The feed coming from Ava Kahn. Emerson Martin, a 5th year, one of 2 5th years. Her and Autumn Agar, the 5th year players for the Bisons, as she cashes in the first foul shot. It's her first point of the game. Agar has the other 2. And she'll make that count. We're all tied up at 4. Jamie Lawler had a great game against Guelph, was a big reason why they were able to stick around and make it a game. Guelph pulled away there, making it a 10-point lead, but it was a close game for the most part in that one. Here's a tough up going up there. You can hear the contact from Janika Martins coming off a 20-point game against Thompson Rivers. Not able to turn that one. Van Damen picks up her dribble here. Gets off to Agar. Agar. Quick drive along the baseline. No good. And here comes Mount Royal with speed. Haley Lawler. Hands it off. The shot is good. That's Nora Luca with another 2 points. So she's off to a quick start here. 4 points of the 6 scored by Mount Royal. Kahn to Mandamin. Mandamin, quick release. She can hit that 3, and she does. A 3-pointer there for Emily Mandamin, known to hit the 3 and can create her own shot off the dribble. That quick release can be lethal. Cougars now trying to work it in. They pass the ball away. Ava Kahn going to slow it up there. Didn't really have the angle or the numbers. And here's a nice cut from Martin. Martin with 2 points from Emily Mandamin. Mandamin hitting the 3, then setting up her teammates. And now the Bisons take a 9-6 lead here early. The pace, a quick one here to start this game. Haley Lawler with it. Over to the wing, 3-point attempt is good. 3 points for Maddie Hooper getting on the board. Sydney Harris gets the ball down to Emerson Martin. Martin drives, loses the handle, and it's picked up by Maddie Hooper. And here come the Cougars the other way. Quick transition. Little give and go. Little miscommunication. Doesn't matter. It's still 2 points on the transition. Jenica Martins is the one who's going to get the 2 points. Maybe not the cleanest, but it works. And here's Sydney Harris under a ton of pressure. Tries to get a pass off. Was looking for Autumn Agar, but it goes out of bounds. Substitutions for both teams here as we see Janessa Ramseymer coming in for MRU. And also we got the Winnipegger making her first appearance in this game for MRU. Asha Donnelly playing in her hometown. And the Bisons have checked in Daria Rom, who had a great game against Brandon, scoring 20 points. A first-year player from Winnipeg, was a star in high school in Winnipeg. Had some great games at last year's Quad A Provincial Championships. There's another 2 points go in for MRU. That's the first field goal for Ramseymer. And Anna Maiko dribbles that one out of bounds. That's the other substitution for Manitoba. Anna Maiko really coming into her own this year. She's a second-year player, but has really seen her numbers jump and become a cornerstone for this Manitoba team. Take a look at the experience. Pretty evenly matched in that regard. And a lot of third years on this Manitoba team. Number of 3 and 4th years and a few 5th years here for MRU as Donnelly puts up the 3 and gets that to fall. Donnelly getting on the scoreboard here for the first time today. Cougars now have the lead, 16-9. Daria Rom trying to dig into that real quick. It's a 5-point game here. Donnelly finds the cutter but can't handle it, and here's a chance now for Manitoba to break out. It's Daria Rom. Rom trying to get it to Van Damme. Nice read there from Martins, and Martins will easily lay in another 2 points, looking to replicate the performance she had last night. Van Damme going to dribble up. MRU just retreating to the half court. And another turnover here for the Bisons. MRU with a chance to add on to this lead. Haley Lawler with it. Handing it off to Marissa Richards, who's now in the game. Here's a chance from the corner. A deep 2, and it's good. Foot on the line for Janessa Ramseymer already just checked into the game and already has 4 points, and that'll draw a quick timeout here for the Manitoba Bisons. They held the lead briefly, a 3-point lead, but the Cougars piling it on here early. They lead 20-11. And when there's been a number of games, including the first game played earlier today where we didn't get a field goal until 5 minutes in, this is a very quick pace in this one, as the Cougars already securing 20 points and some balanced scoring on that on the court. 3 of the 4 players have at least 3 points. Bisons are going to need to look for some answers. Emerson Martin got off to a good start with 4 points, and that's basically where it stops for her. Van Damme hit the 3, but not really anything going on here for the Bisons early. Head coach Michelle Sung calling the timeout. Going over the game plan here to try and recalibrate, not let this game get too far out of hand here too early. The Mount Royal University Cougars and the University of Manitoba Bisons are well known to one another. They both play in the same division in Canada West. If you're tuning in from outside Canada West or not sure how it works, there is the Prairie Division that makes up Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, with the BC Division being the other one with all of the great British Columbia schools playing in their own division. So these foes know each other well, have played each other, and will likely play each other as the second half of this Canada West season is about to get underway after the 57th Wesmen Classic. Paige Shakowski, shot is no good, and the ball goes out of bounds. It will remain Bison's possession. Daria Rom will be inbounding here for the Bisons. Here's a shot now. Maiko deep with a hand in her face. Can't get it to fall. It does go out of bounds. It will remain Bison's basketball. The hustle there. They're maintaining possession. Now can they turn a score? Here's Rom, the first-year guard out of Dakota High School. And a turnover here. Autumn Agar turns it over, and Donnelly going to get an easy 2 point. She's so quick. Getting the lead pass there right on the money from Jamie Lawler. Lawler's sisters, integral parts of this Mount Royal team. Both of them can go on, not only scoring for themselves, as you see, and be able to set up their teammates here. Agar to Emerson Martin. Martin taking a lot of contact. Might have got an elbow to the face. The foul will be called. And that foul's going to go against Temi Aji. That'll be her first foul of the game. Wesmen, or Bisons rather, taking the time to get it in there. avoid the 5-second call, but there's going to be a travel here on Emerson Martin. So after a ton of effort to secure possessions on some missed shots, it ends up being a turnover anyway on the travel from the fifth-year forward. Checking into the game now for Mount Royal, Maddie Hooper back into the game. Hooper playing with 1 foul. She's got 3 points. And there's a turnover there from Lawler, picked up by Rahm, and the Bisons now have an offensive possession. Rahm moving quickly, skips it out to Martin, who's wide open for 3 on the wing, and that one rims out. Rahm tracking down the rebound, getting it out to Schakowsky, another first-year player from Winnipeg on this team. And Michael goes up, ton of traffic, and gets it to fall. Very subtly making a grimace, thinking she should have been fouled there, and there's definitely an argument. Nonetheless, she gets the 2 points, and here the Bisons are back on defense, trying to get a stop, down to 9. Lawler fakes it, drives baseline, skips it down the baseline. That was a crisp pass considering all the traffic. Here's a 3-point attempt, no good. Rebound taken by MRU, still unable to get it to go. And then finally, Ajiyi is able to get it to go. Martin with it now in the low post. Has to pull it outside the perimeter. Her pass inside to Rahm is intercepted. And MRU pushing the pace here in transition. Getting it down into the post. Nice move to spin around her defender. That was Ramsamir, who's having a real impact since she checked into the game here. Ramsamir now with 6 points. Nice post move there for those two. Here's the extra pass to Martin, wide open for 3. Not able to get it to fall. Schakowsky tracks down the rebound, puts a bit of a wild one up, and the rebound secured by MRU. And it's Jamie Lawler, rather. Jamie Lawler gets it back, resetting the offense here from the top. She'll drive, finds a nice pass. What a beautiful feed from Lawler. Setting up Ajiyi. And forcing a turnover at the other end. They'll get the ball right back. They're up 28-13. A bunch of substitutions coming in here for the Cougars. Trying to get them through. I can see we got Nora Luca back in the game. Alexis Evans wearing number 15. You've got number 11, Presley Hopf. Maddie Hooper, the only one on the court here, I believe, is Haley Lawler checks back into the game here for MRU and takes a quick shot. That one, Maddie Hooper for 3. And the Cougars starting to run away with this one. 31-13 is your score. $1:30 left in the first quarter. Kahn, quick pass inside, finds Maiko. Maiko not going to miss from there. High percentage shot, gets the finish. 16-point lead for the Cougars. Here's Lawler now, Haley Lawler. Getting it off to the wing. She gets it back. Fighting for space in the post is Alexis Evans trying to get on the score sheet here. She's making her first appearance, but there's going to be a turnover against Mount Royal. A travel charged to Maddie Hooper. Sydney Harris working the point here for Manitoba, quickly getting it down. Cutting inside as she makes the pass. Skip pass down to Maiko, who drives baseline, puts in a floater. Couple of bounces, but it doesn't fall in. And MRU with another rebound here. MRU looking to extend the lead. 3-point attempt. Nothing but nylon there from Nora Luca. Nora Luca. Now it's 7 points. I think it might have been awarded to the wrong person on the scoreboard. We do not have live stats, unfortunately, but I'm pretty sure that might be 10 points for her. Definitely 7. As the Bisons turn it over again. Errant pass from Ava Kahn, intercepted by Maddie Hooper. And here comes MRU. Here's Evans. Sorry, Luca again. Luca finding her groove. Another 2 points for her. 5 seconds left. Bisons have to hustle. 2, 1. And Sydney Harris gets it off, but it is blocked. Maiko taking a chance, probably had a better chance at getting a long shot off, but decides to pass nonetheless. It is a 21-point lead for Mount Royal. 36 points they put up in the first quarter. Bison's only able to muster 15 points. And MRU putting a huge gap here after one quarter of play. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back for second quarter action. I'm Joey Slatter. You're watching the Wesmen Classic on the Wesmen Athletics YouTube page. Welcome back to the Duckworth Center in downtown Winnipeg, Manitoba. The fifth place game of the Wesmen Classic, the 57th edition of this prestigious tournament. Second quarter just underway between the Mount Royal Cougars and the Manitoba Bisons. Bisons unable to score in their first possession, and they've got themselves a doozy here, down 21, 36-15. The Cougars lead it. Nora Luca, who finished the first quarter 100% from the field, no matter how you look at it, as Haley Lawler puts up a three-pointer of her own, and that is her first field goal of the game. Nora Luca was 100% from both the field and from the three. She was 1 for 1 from three-point land and was 4 for 4 from the field and has 9 points in this game. She is the leading scorer here in this game. MRU working it around yet again. Good movement there. Pull up from just above the foul line. That's Maddie Hooper. Talking about players having an impact. She's 2 for 2 from three, and that is her third field goal. So she's 3 for 4 from there, and she's got 8 points on the day. So MRU has the ball here. It's been a very clean game. Only 2 fouls called last quarter. Both of them going to Mount Royal. So no real foul trouble look here early or anything like that, as Mandamin is blocked from behind. Kind of smiles there. I think she thought she might have been hit on that, but nonetheless, he's got a couple of substitutions coming in for MRU. Marissa Richards back in the game, as is Winnipeg's Asha Donnelly. Also checking in is Janika Martins. As mentioned, Martins coming off a great game yesterday where she led all scorers for MRU with 11 points. That was in the win against Thompson Rivers to get into this game. Thompson Rivers losing the first game today to Brandon. They've had a bit of a struggle out there in BC as a program under interim head coach, I should say, trying to rebuild here. Only 3 weeks of practice coming into this weekend. MRU working around. Donnelly thought about shooting. Nice fake. Got a lot of fake C action to her left. Now it's at the wing. 9 seconds on the shot clock. And it is blocked by Ava Kahn. Last touched. Unfortunate bounce for Mount Royal. Great bounce for Manitoba. Marissa Richards happened to be out of bounds, and Ava Kahn, as she batted it, was able to hit her leg. So the Bisons will get possession, and it's much needed. I mean, this game is getting out of hand fast here. Sydney Harris finds Mandamin wide open for three, and she hits her second one of the night. Mandamin is a player who can heat up from three and is always a threat beyond the arc. 41-18, Cougars lead it. A lot of work here for the Bisons to get back into this game. Ball worked around to the baseline. Martins had nothing, so she gives it up to Donnelly. Donnelly taking the long way around to the foul line, finds Lawler open for three. No good. Micah will come down with the rebound. Gives it off to Harris, who's been handling point guard duties here for the Bisons. Finds Mandama with a ton of time. You don't want to give her that much time. Dribbles, gets the shot off. Had the line slightly long as it hit the back iron and popped out. Rebound in for Mount Royal. Donnelly with it now. Lawler getting things organized offensively. Oh, nice pass inside. Had the angle on the mismatch there. Mandama trying to guard Alexis Evans. Got the inside pass, puts up the layup. And there's going to be a foul on Emerson Martin on the play as well. So that is the first foul called against the Bisons tonight. And it's also the first foul on Emerson Martin. So shooting here, Evans looking to make it a three-point play. And she does just that. Checking back into the game here for Mount Royal is Janessa Ramsamer. Here's Martin now from the corner, and she hits another three. She's hit a couple here tonight. She's got 7 points. Good start here for Emerson Martin, but Bison's needing much more. 44-21 is Manitoba's deficit. Oh, and a pass just a little too much on it, and got under it. It sailed over everybody, and directly into the corner, almost behind the bleachers there for MRU. That was Marissa Richards looking for someone there in the corner for the three. Coaching staff smiling that one off. Bison's closely contested here by MRU's defense. Here's Mandama on Richards. Finds her space, gets the shot up, no good. And it's a Lawler coming out with it, getting it up to Donnelly. Donnelly, though, has Martin on defense. That's a bit of a mismatch there. Emerson Martin, a huge size advantage on Donnelly, and there's going to be a travel call here against MRU. Looks like that's going to go against Ramsamer. Good job by Emerson Martin, though, to get back. That's the player you want back to protect the rim on any kind of transition or any kind of play, really. She's strong defensively, and as we've seen, she's an offensive threat all over the floor. But the problem is right now for the Bisons is finding those opportunities. The defense has been stingy here for MRU. They've given up 21 points here as we're coming up on 4 minutes into the second quarter. Martin gets it into the post. Maiko looking over, seeing if there's a call there. Got tied up with Janika Martins. Bisons will retain possession. And Anna Maiko off the inbound. Easy 2 points there. Coach telling her team to stay down. The lead is sizable. Don't want to pick up a foul here. So Maiko with another 2 points. She now has 6 on the night. Donnelly working on Harris and draws the foul. Harris drops in disbelief. So that'll be the second foul of the second quarter, and really the second foul all game for the Bisons. And that'll be the first on Harris. And the referees making sure the shot clock's reset to 14 seconds. 5:48 left in this second quarter. Donnelly to Lawler, quickly shuffled over to Richards in the corner. Her shot's a little short, and it's Lawler tracking down the rebound. Finds Martins, and she's going to get that to fall. So Janika Martins now has 6 points on the night. Harris wasting no time here, putting on the jets and then puts on the brakes. Bisons will get set. Nice pass into Maiko. I believe that was from Ava Kahn. Perfect pass, so she's able to spin into the basket and put the layup in. MRU quickly getting into their offensive set. Lawler finds Ramsamer, who will put up the shot with Martin in her face. Back iron, bounces out. Donnelly tracks down the rebound and puts in the mid-range Jimmy. Bison's looking it around, trying to get some movement. Kahn will cut through, but doesn't really create much space for Martins, who's tightly contested by Ramsey-Mayer and can't get the shot to fall. Here's Martins now with speed, decides to take it herself, and she'll lay that in with a friendly bounce, and the Cougars leading 50-25 is the score. It's a 25-point lead for Mount Royal, as a timeout is called here by the Bisons as we approach the halfway point of the second quarter. Not much going on here for the Bisons. Bisons are a little bit short-handed as well. One of their star guards from a year ago, Mar Thomas Arbos, out of the lineup today, dealing with injuries throughout the season. It's a steep hill to climb for the Manitoba Bisons here, but there's still plenty of time to play. But the big thing here is needing the defensive stops and getting to those rebounds. It's pretty tight after the first quarter. In terms of statistics, it was a 21-point lead at the first quarter, so they've extended this lead, Mount Royal has. But the rebounding has been a problem. A few offensive rebounds now for Mount Royal. Again, we don't have any live stats, but in the first quarter, they only had 2 offensive rebounds. They've had at least that many here in the second quarter. But regardless, they're finding ways to score left, right, and center here with 50 points already in this game. I mean, they're on pace for well over 100. It's 4:40 left, so we're just past the halfway mark, 20 seconds past the halfway mark here in the second quarter. 50-25 is the score. Cougars lead it. Bisons really need to get working fast here, despite it being halfway through the second quarter. Daria Rom back on here for Manitoba, as is Paige Shakowski. Maiko with the ball in the wing, pulls back for 3. Little short. Again, the rebound up for grabs, and it's Donnelly, one of the smallest people on the court, coming out with it between Shakowski and Rom, the 2 first-year players here for Manitoba.
Stay down! Stay down!
Here's Shakowski now, trying to create some space. Had to pick up her dribble in the key. Got to be careful for the 3 seconds here as Martin puts up a 3-pointer. No good. Rebound up for grabs. And again, it's Donnelly pulling it down. She gets it over to Lawler, who's going to push the pace. Up fake and take here. Shot goes up mid-range at the elbow. No good. That was Maddie Hooper. So here's Rom with it. She's going to carry the ball now. A young lineup here. Got Maiko in her second year. You've got Rom and Shakowski in their first year for the Bisons. Shakowski, nice feed to Emerson Martin. Don't get much easier than that as Martin puts up another 2. She's the leading scorer here for the Bisons with 9 on the night. Lawler now. This is Jamie Lawler. Got to make sure I'm saying both names, as the Lawler sisters are both very active, integral parts of this Mount Royal offense and defense. Shot goes up. No good, and the rebound is tracked down by the Bisons. Here's Rom now. She picks up her dribble on the wing. Skip pass, floating it over to Shakowski. She's unable to get a shot off. Had to waste the dribble just to get possession of the ball. Gets it over to Mandamin, whose 3-pointer is missed. She's hit a couple here today. And there's obvious disappointment there with Mandamin. She was looking for something. I think it was Maiko. There was nothing there. She gives it to Rom, who hits the 3, and that will lead to a timeout for MRU. But you're starting to see the frustration here from some of the Bisons players as they are down 50-30 in the second quarter. So they managed to put together some stops here after that last timeout. Need to string a few more here. 20-point deficit does seem large. I think the biggest part of this game right now is the score. It looks so lopsided because it's so early. I mean, 50 points are scored by the Cougars here, and we're still in the second quarter, which is a high scoring here for a Canada West game. So it does look like it's an almost impossible hill to climb, but it's really not. 20 points, plenty of time to come back from this. And you're seeing a few of the elements that were, or adjustments made here that were put into practice by the Bisons. They're going to need to see more of it. Really making sure they're getting to those rebounds, though. I think one of the disappointments, if you're the coaching staff, you're Michelle Sung with the Bisons, is just seeing someone like Asha Donnelly, who's 5'6", and coming down with a couple of rebounds here defensively. With a clear size disadvantage. So got to give her credit, though, coming up with those rebounds and the effort that she's putting in with this probably a little more inspired to play in this one as maybe compared to other road games as she's playing here at home. There's some Mount Royal t-shirts in the crowd here behind me. So she's got her supporters. And she's got a nice sizable lead as MRU inbounds the ball. 2:40 left as of right now in this second quarter. Here's Richards. Has Michael on her. Give it over to Donnelly, sorry. Donnelly with the drive. Kicks it out to Lawler. This is Haley Lawler. Or Jamie Lawler, sorry. Gets it inside. And it's Nora Luca's going to draw the foul. She had a quick start in this first quarter. Has been quiet since. She's back on here now for Mount Royal. And she's getting to work here early. She's going to get 2 shots. And we have a third foul of the game called against the Bisons. This one is going against Anna Maiko. And Nora gets that one to fall. She's got 11 points on the day. And here come the Bisons trying to string together a run here. That's not going to help. Rom throws it away, and it's a transition for MRU. Nice play by Maiko, though, able to negate that opportunity for Donnelly. Donnelly's had a great game. Martin on Donnelly. Here's a mismatch. She's trying to get her in the post. She does. Spin move. Puts it up, but can't get it to fall. A little bit wide there, and it's another rebound for MRU. Up 52-30. And there's Richards now. Might have got away with a bit of a travel there. Gets it inside. And here's a three-point attempt from the corner from Donnelly. No good, but she tracks down her own rebound again. Very shifty. Got a nose for the ball. Great effort there from Donnelly. Here's Luca now getting it off to Richards. Richards has 5 seconds on the shot clock. Gets it to Donnelly for the wide open 3, and she cans it. Donnelly with another 3 after missing the first one, chasing down a rebound to keep that possession alive in the first place. Hits that, and she now has 10 points on the night and extends the lead. Anna Maiko, though, with the response, hitting a 3 of her own. She's got 11 on the night. Some substitutions coming in here. Some veteran presence going to be hitting the court for the Bisons here in just a moment as Paige Shakowski barrels over the screen, trying to fight through it. So that'll be her first foul of the night. Team foul number 4 against the Bisons. They had 0 in the first quarter. With a minute left, they are 1 foul away from the penalty. And there's going to be a timeout here called by Mount Royal with a minute and 1 second left in this second quarter. Just kind of going over things. Things going very smoothly here for Mount Royal for the most part. So head coach Robin Fleckenstein going to take a minute here to just go over some things, maybe give her girls a breather. She's in her 6th season with Mount Royal. And she's got a really nice team here who's played really well this week. It was a tough loss to Guelph. It was a 10-point loss to Guelph, but they did play really well through that, where we saw the Lawler sisters having a huge impact in that game. The next game was against Thompson Rivers, who's been struggling this season, yet to get a win this year in conference play, and went 0 for 3 in this tournament. Janika Martins had 11 points in that game. And today they've gotten balanced scoring, everybody chipping in from just about everywhere. Asha Donnelly, who's playing at home here. She's a third-year guard from the University of Winnipeg Collegiate. Decided to transfer over to Mount Royal. Shouldn't say collegiate. Manitoba, she transferred over. As MRU will inbound from the sideline here. Nora Luca has 11 points. Just came back in the second quarter here late. She had a great first quarter. Has a couple foul shots here. Turnover, though, for Mount Royal. Michael will pick it up. And she will carry it all the way through coast to coast. Skips it back out. Nice play by Ava Kahn to find the mid-range jump shot, giving up the 3. Follows her own shot, gets the rebound, and she's going to pass it out. Nearly goes out of bounds. Nice save there by Daria Rom. Here's Autumn Agar, who's checked into the game. Her floater no good. Follows her shot, gets her own rebound. Rips it away, and able to put the 2 points in. So a little bit of momentum here for the Bisons as we're less than 30 seconds to play in the half. Bison's down 20 to the Cougars, who have had little trouble scoring in this game. As an offensive foul is called here against Marissa Richards. That's going to be her first foul of the game, and for the next 17 seconds at least, it will mean foul shots for the Bisons. Not on this one because it was an offensive foul, but if there is a foul on a rebound or anything like that, it will be shots for the Bisons. Or sorry, never mind, I'm looking at the wrong side. It's only the second foul on the Cougars, so there is no shots for the Bisons. It's the other way around. As Autumn Agar takes it in, and she is called on the travel. So 9.1 seconds left here. And the Cougars have a chance to get a couple more points, maybe 3 added to this score. They lead 55-25. And this hiccup here for the Bisons. Just not paying attention. An easy 2 points, and the Bisons won't have enough time to get a good shot off. But here's a chance for Harris on the run. And that's a little heavy, but miscommunication mishap to end that half. Don't like to see that if you're the Bisons, who are now down 57-35. And have a heck of a hill to climb in this second half if they want to walk out of here with another win in this tournament. I mean, they haven't played terrible, but Mount Royal just too strong in that first half. Really no answers for the Bisons. They don't look too distraught by the current outcome as they're going into halftime. They've done some things well here, but Mount Royal just running the gym. Transition points, moving the ball around, finding some open three-pointers, and they've got a great three-point shooting team, and they've capitalized on everything, and they've got a ton of breathing room as they head into the locker room for halftime. Just to give you an idea of how that looked, 6 for 12, 50% Mount Royal is shooting from three-point land. They're 66.7% from the field, 24 for 36. Those numbers, much better than what we're seeing from the Bisons. Bisons just 14 for 38 from the field, giving them a 36.8% average, and they're averaging less than 30% from three-point land, 5 for 17. Looking at the rebounds here, 15 rebounds total, 8 offensive rebounds for Manitoba, which is a bright spot, 20 rebounds for Mount Royal, 15 of those defensive, 5 on the offensive boards. And you look at turnovers, Mount Royal actually has more. Nope, 10. They have 10, 10 turnovers to Manitoba's 11, so still pretty tight there. Manitoba coming up with 5 steals, 7 for Manitoba. We'll get more into the stats in just a little bit as the 3-on-3 tournament continues here at the Wesmen Classic. Bisons trail the Cougars 57-35 at halftime. We'll be back with second half action on the Wesmen Athletics YouTube page. You are watching the Wesmen Classic 57th edition. Welcome back to the Duckworth Center in downtown Winnipeg, Manitoba. Second half action about to begin on this fifth place game between the Mount Royal University Cougars wearing white and the Manitoba Bisons wearing black. The Mount Royal Cougars with a sizable lead here up 57-35 to kick off the second half, as they will get possession too and try to add to this lead. Just looking at some of the statistics from the first half as they work through their offense. Another easy 2 points for Martins, who's actually had a good game herself here. Janica Martins, that's 12 points for her on the night. A couple rebounds to boot with that. Asha Donnelly came into this game off the bench scoring 10 points, and she was 2 for 3 from three-point land as that shot is no good. Adam Agar taking the rebound, and there'll be a foul called here. Looks like it's going to go against Martins, and if that is the case, which it is, it will be her first of tonight's game and what's been a relatively clean game when it comes to fouls. That'll be the first foul of the quarter for the Cougars. But yeah, Asha Donnelly, she had 3 rebounds, an offensive rebound, which I think might be a missed. I think she had a couple more because she had a couple of follows there on the offensive end. And she's credited for 2 defensive rebounds, but the 2 that I remember her having were really hard fought for. As a three-pointer is in, I believe that was Autumn Agar that scored that one. But a big problem for the Bisons has been turnovers. They have 11, but of those 11, it's led to 19 points for Mount Royal. So every turnover, they're making them pay. As there's going to be a foul called here against Autumn Agar. That's Agar's first foul of tonight's game. First foul of the Bisons for the third quarter. And shooting for Mount Royal is Nora Luca, another player to have a great game. Leading all scores here for the, well, now leading all scores with that. She's got 12 points. Sorry, 11 points. Looking for 12 here. She could hit the shot. And that will lead all scorers, but she had a heck of a first half, too, with her playing time. Only 11 minutes. 11 points in those 11 minutes played. 4 for 4 from the field, and she was 1 for 1 from three-point land, so 100% shooting tonight. At least in the first half. And she'll look to continue that streak. Here's Agar working on Martins, but loses the handle. It's going to be Lawler coming up with that. Jamie Lawler keeping the pace up here. Martins pulls up for 3 on the first pass, and she hits that. Mount Royal just hitting everything right now, and that continues. Martins now has 13 points for the Cougars. So Luca and Martins and Donnelly really carrying the scoring. And if you look at the stats, the first thing that'll jump out at you is it's really been a balanced attack in the first half. The leading scorer had 11 points at halftime. Rebounds, no one more than 4. And they had 20 total. Assists, same deal. You had 5 assists from Haley Lawler. No surprises there. 4 from Jamie Lawler. So 9 between the Lawler sisters. So just a really balanced attack for Mount Royal, who's really had a ton of ease finding baskets here against the Bisons, who've not been playing particularly bad. It's just been outmatched here by Mount Royal. Here's Luca now, another chance. That one goes up, no good, and Emerson Martin will come down with the rebound. Here's Mandamin now working on Luca. She'll skip it over to Shakowski. Shakowski will drive into the paint. Gets it out to Harris, who drives herself. Good cuts and movement here for the Bisons on this offensive possession. Here's Martin now finding the middle of the key. Good spot. Gets the shot off, and she's fouled by Martins. And we'll get 2 shots. Actually, the foul's going to go to Nora Luca, number 14. That'll be her first foul. Second foul of the quarter here for the Cougars. Checking back in for the Bisons is Anna Maiko and Daria Rom. Donnelly into the game here for Mount Royal. Martin misses the first shot. She hits the second. So far, the Bisons have scored 4 points in this quarter. Meanwhile, 6 for Mount Royal. 2 minutes, 30 seconds have gone down. Here's a battle for a rebound. It's the first-year guard, Daria Rom, coming away with it for the Bisons, and now Maiko will carry it. Maiko, second-year forward with handles, but it's the Bisons turning it over. Luca has to pick up the dribble, but there's no danger there. Martins didn't catch that pickup. Forcing in the pass, though, and it was tipped away by Maiko. It will remain Mount Royal. No, actually, it was last touched by Mount Royal, so it will be Bison's possession. A little bit of a risky pass there from Luca, but with this kind of a lead, you can take those liberties and try to be creative and see if you can add on to this lead. Those mistakes not as costly when you're up 63-39. Bison's trying to chip away here. Martin in traffic, takes a whack there. Looks like it was on Donnelly. Big size mismatch, a couple of Winnipeggers going head-to-head. And it will be Donnelly picking up that foul. So that's our first of the night. Not a big deal. 3 fouls on the Cougars, though, already here in this game, which has been a relatively clean game from the fouls perspective. So a couple more on them, and the Bisons will be in the bonus. Martin hits that first shot. And the second. So chipping away, the Bisons are. They're down 22 points. Here's Donnelly. Gets it off to Jasmer. Now it's worked to the corner, the Lawler sisters. Going back and forth, a little give and go. It's Jamie with the shot. Doesn't fall, and it's a battle for the rebound. Good fight there. Ava Kahn comes away with it and draws the foul. So this is big. It's only the first foul on Rasimir tonight. Rasimir, rather. But that's 4 fouls on the Cougars. So next foul will be shots, unless it's an offensive foul against the Cougars. So the Bisons here at least getting to work, drawing some fouls, giving themselves an opportunity here to get some points on the board if they can draw fouls anywhere on the floor, which is a big bonus for a team that's down significantly. Haley Lawler skips it down to the corner. Here's a baseline drive, nothing going, gets it back to Lawler up top. To her sister, Jamie, who gets it inside. And a nice take there by Agier, but she can't get it to go. Here's Rom now, trying to get it off, but going to be a foul. Could have been a travel, but she got knocked. And that foul is going to go against Haley Lawler. It's only her first foul of the game, but now every foul is going to cost the Cougars. And Rom cashes in on the first one. She gets this next one. She can bring it to a 20-point deficit. Get that first milestone, if you will. And then you can start working from there. Second shot is good. So it's a 20-point lead for the Cougars as Marissa Richards checks back into the game for Mount Royal. That allows Haley Lawler to take a break. Jamie Lawler still in there wearing number 13 in white for Mount Royal. Offense usually goes through her. But right now, that was Presley Hopp who was guarded closely, but going to be a foul here. Believe that went against, didn't see who went against, might have been Martin there, but nonetheless, it was a foul. They almost got the 8-second count, but bailed out by the foul was Mount Royal. And Jassimir with a nice drive, but can't get enough on it. And Emerson Martin will pull down the board for the Bisons. Maiko carrying it. Not afraid to pick up speed when she gets to that three-point line, finds some space in the paint, and lays in another 2 points. And a turnover here for Mount Royal. Paige Schakowsky jumps all over it, and she's going to get the jump ball. So it will be Bison's ball, and they have a chance here to dig into this lead a little more as substitutions come in. It was a short break for Haley Lawler, who's back into the game, along with Janika Martins. Also checking back into the game is Alexis Evans. So Evans bringing a little side. She'll be guarding Martin here, it looks like. Here's a drive. Schakowsky finds Martin, who worked a screen and found some opening, but she can't get the layup to fall. And Haley Lawler will man the point here. Now Royal working the ball around the perimeter, looking for a lane. Good job by the Bisons, not giving anything inside the paint. And the shot is no good from Evans. Rebound taken down by Maiko. Maiko gets around Richards. Around everybody. Nice pass to Shakowski, who puts it up. She's fouled on the way up. Does not get the basket, but will get 2 shots. So that foul is going to go against Janika Martins. That's her second foul of tonight's game. Cougars in the penalty, so it's going to be shots regardless of whether she was in the act of shooting. But it was a shooting foul. Emerson Martin going to take a break here as Autumn Agar's back in the game. And that one is hit. And Shakowski will hit the second. Checking into the game here for the University of Manitoba is Sarah Barch. Barch, a first-year forward from Leduc, Alberta, just outside Edmonton. That's where the Edmonton Airport is located. Here's a nice take again, Nora Luca. So strong in the paint. The paint continues to be a trouble area for the Bisons. MRU in the first half had 26 points in the paint. They were nearly 77% efficiency there. Talk about efficiency. Asha Donnelly was 11-point efficiency rate. Janika Martins was 13, as was Nora Luca. So some good efficiency here coming from many Cougars. No surprise with a score like this. And there's a turnover. And the Bisons need to start cashing in on these. Here's Anna Maiko. Bit of a mismatch there, but she gives it up to Agar, who takes the 3 with Lawler in her face. It's Mount Royal coming away with it. Asha Donnelly let it out, and she gets the ball right back at the wing. Lines up a 3. Around the world and out. So Bison's getting some breaks at the defensive end. Got to start making them pay at the offensive end. Ron gets it over to Agar. Down to the corner. Nice pass to a cutting Anna Maiko, who finds Rom for 3, and she hits that. So a little bit of life here from the Bisons, who are now down 15. A 3-point attempt. No good from Nora Luca. Rom taking on Lawler. Gets some space. Skip pass, floats it over to Agar. Agar, nice take, and gets fouled on the way in by Nora Luca. So she'll go to the line for 2. Bison's playing aggressive, trying to get to the line here, and it's turning out to be a good strategy here as they're putting up points at the stripe. So Agar will shoot 2. Some substitutions here. Emily Mandaman checking back into the game, as is Sydney Harris for the Bisons. You got Marissa Richards back in for Mount Royal. I didn't see the second substitution there. Might have been Haley or Jamie Lawler back into the game. Regardless, both Lawler sisters are on the floor. Those shots are hit. 65-52. Chipping away are the Manitoba Bisons. Still plenty of time in this game. 2:38 left in this third quarter. And the Bisons, after really getting pushed around here, are starting to fight back. Mount Royal missing on the last couple trips, trying to get something going here. Nora Luca, nice spin move. Can't get it to fall, but really great job at evading. Anna Maiko. Maiko gets it up to Mandaman, has to hold her dribble. Her pass, it looked like it got caught in her hands a little bit. It was a rough angle, bad bounce. And it hits Barch off the knee and out of bounds. Tough bounce there for the Bisons. Jamie Lawler gets it to Martins, then back and cans a 3. So the Cougars now back up 68-52. Sydney Harris trying to get around Lawler, gets it to Agar on the wing. Some movement now as Agar bullying her way into the paint, has to hold on to the ball, looking for a jump ball or something, and finally a whistle's gone. No one really fighting for it. I think everybody was just content with the jump ball being called. Jamie Lawler will inbound for MRU. $1:48 left in this third quarter. Martins to Luca. Luca with the drive, skips it. Here's Jamie Lawler with a three. Back iron. As a battle for a rebound ensued, it was knocked out of bounds by Nora Luca, so the Bisons will get the possession with 1:32 left in the second. No inbounder here, miscommunication. Sarah Barch will take over the inbounding duties, and Sydney Harris will take it, trying to direct traffic here for Barch as they get into their offensive set. Harris using back-to-back screens from Agar, and then pulls up for a three-pointer. Sydney Harris getting on the board there. Nice play from Harris, and a good double screen from Agar to allow that space to happen. Here's Nora Luca now, has an angle on Barch, used it perfectly, draws the foul while putting up 2 points. Bisons played relatively clean, only the third foul of the quarter for the Bisons, but it is a shooting foul and a chance for three here for Nora Luca. So that is Barch's first foul of the game. Only came in here in the third quarter. Emerson Martin looking ready to check back into this one for Manitoba. Here's Mandamin now working in the post. Known for her three-point shooting. Effective there in terms of finding the shot. Can't get it to fall, a little bit short. There's a pass from Lawler, nearly picked off by Maiko. MRU will recover. Lawler to Martins. Martins trying to drive baseline, taken away by Autumn Agar. Ball is worked around to the wing. Three-point attempt well short from Marissa Richards. Autumn Agar going to secure that rebound and outlet it to Maiko. Maiko tries to drop it in to Barch. Probably had a better opportunity just taking it in herself. Leads to a transition chance. It's put back out. Lawler to Lawler. Sounds like a law firm. Lawler and Lawler coming together. It's Jamie Lawler getting the basket. And Haley Lawler getting the assist. Jamie Lawler also forcing a turnover with 3 seconds left. A long shot. She had time to get a little closer. Marissa Richards. Clock going ticking down a little faster ahead than it was on the clock, and she's smiling about that one. She probably could have got a good shot off, but instead she heaved one up. Not a big deal, though, because the Cougars are up 73-55 on the Manitoba Bisons. 1 quarter to go, and they will secure 5th spot in this prestigious 57th annual Wesmen Classic. Hard-fought games all around. Even this game, despite the score, it is a lopsided score at 73-55, and it's been that gap pretty much all game, but it has been a very entertaining game. Mount Royal just executing fantastically here tonight. Bison's playing well, had some good looks, but just unable to make Mount Royal pay at the offensive end, especially after they strung together a few stops, especially in that third quarter. As we take a look at some of the statistics, Mount Royal Cougars remain hot from the field, 55.6%. They're 30 for 54. Three-point land, 8 for 20, 40% clip there. Looking at the Bisons in those regards, 37.5% from the field, 18 for 48. You'd like to see that come up a little bit higher, especially in comparison to Mount Royal's efficiency. And then not too bad from three-point line, 8 for 22, 36.4% from there. So both with 8 three-pointers, 2 more attempts, though, coming from Manitoba. Taking a look at the rebounds, 28 for Manitoba, 9 of those being offensive rebounds. When they're leading in that category, only 25 here for Mount Royal. 5 of those offensive, 20 of them at the defensive end. 23 assists, though, from Mount Royal, just moving the ball around so nicely. Leading in that regard is Marissa Richards with 5. Then you look over to Manitoba, 15 assists, and leading the way with the assists is Ava Kahn. She's got 5 in this game. Points from turnovers, 27 from MRU. That is going to be the Achilles heel for this Manitoba team if they cannot eclipse this deficit in the fourth quarter. Points in the paint, 20 for Manitoba, 45.5% efficiency there. They were 10 for 22 in the paint. MRU, though, 32 points in the paint, 26 opportunities, cashing in 16 times for a 61.5% clip there. Second chance points, even Manitoba with 10, MRU with 9. Bench points, 25 from Manitoba, 23 from MRU. Again, depth being worked here in this game, the last game of the mid-season break tournament for both teams. But yeah, biggest thing, 26-point lead has been the largest when it was 41-15 for MRU, and they've really not struggled from there. Emily Mandamin, nice side dribble to get around her defender and drops the three. That's what she does. And she does it again. Much needed. A good start here for the Bisons, who need to get to work quickly. It is going to be a fast 10 minutes for the Bisons, who are looking to eclipse this lead right now. They're down 15. They've gotten within that close before since that 26-point lead, but they've not really been able to do anything beyond that. Cougars, 3 seconds on the shot clock, and Jasimir bailed out. And the foul was called on Anna Maiko. And it looks like that will remain. Okay, I thought it might have been Agar, but it was Anna Maiko who gets charged with that foul. So she now has 2. First foul of the quarter for the Bisons. Here's Asha Donnelly. Talked about her today, having a great game. She's 10 points. Her efficiency rating's 10. Can't do anything there, though. Agar comes away with it, and here come the Bisons. Maiko has a mismatch, calling for it, gets it finally, and now she skips it over. Great passing from the Bisons. Martin can't cash in on the 3. Maiko, though, using her size advantage before she's unable to handle that rebound, and it ends up in the hands of Jamie Lawler. Here's a take. No good. Rebound there, though. I think it was Jasimir. Yeah, Jasimir. Right place, right time, gets the rebound, puts in the 2 points. Here's Maiko now, gets around her defender, sidestep, finds Agar in the corner, fakes the shot, pulls in for a mid-range jumper, and she hits that. Agar now has 8 points on the game. And that shot is good. Asha Donnelly, again, 13 points for her. She's been on fire from 3. Really enjoying playing at home. She's played on this court a bunch in her lifetime, feeling very at home here tonight. As Autumn Agar is blocked, and then the ball's taken away by MRU. It's Jamie Lawler to Sister Haley. She picks up her dribble. Mandamin now steps up. She's able to cross it over to Donnelly. And it's Jamie Lawler with it at the opposite corner. Haley handing it off to Jamie, who has it up top. Back to Haley. Haley goes up with it off the glass. Can't get it to fall, but she gets her own rebound. Back to her sister Jamie for 3, and she crushes that. 81-60. It's a 21-point lead with 7.5 minutes left in this fourth quarter for Mount Royal. A timeout called here by the Bisons. But you do get the feeling with the Bisons, every time they get a step forward, it's a step or 2 back, just not able to really dig into this lead. It's been a struggle all game. And now they find themselves down 21. None of these games, as I mentioned before, both of these teams play in the same Prairie Division in the Canada West Conference. These games do not count against the Canada West Conference record. These are all exhibitions in this tournament. So the wins and losses, you always want to win. The competition takes over with these elite athletes. But you have to take into account that there's things that coaches want to be working on, trying to get time to certain players, whether it was injuries or lack of experience. So coaches here have another mandate going into this, especially in the 5th place game. There's nothing on the line from a title perspective. The next game after this will be the championship game between the Guelph Griffins and the University of Regina Rams. You'll feel much different intensity there because there is a title on the line. But in this one for Manitoba, really going to look at how we can address some of the things that have been ailing us throughout this game. Big one being defending in the paint and limiting those turnovers. And not only limiting the turnovers, but when turning over the ball, getting back on defense to negate any opportunities, because Mount Royal has been absolutely ravishing the Bisons on turnover points. They had 27 points off turnovers after 3 quarters, so that number has a possibility to go up. Daria Rom carrying it. Rom, as mentioned, a first-year guard from the Dakota Lancers program here in Winnipeg. Mandamin shot, missed. Rom picks up the rebound, puts it in. You get the feeling Rom's going to be a very important part of this program moving forward, along with Paige Shakowski, the rookie class here for the Bisons, both on the court right now with Mandamin and 5th-year guard Emerson Martin. And Martin, also of the Dakota Lancers, a 3-pointer is hit there. by MRU, just piling it on. Some hesitation here as the ball's being moved around, but finally finds inside. It's Anna Might. Nope, sorry, that's Daria Rom with another 2 points. Nice play from her. It's a 20-point deficit still, 84-64. And the way MRU has been playing, wouldn't put it past them to hit the century mark in this one as Donnelly is fouled by Shakowski. Jamie Lawler going to be checking back into the game here along with Nora Luca and Janika Martins in for MRU. Donnelly with it now, lines up a 3. That one's short. Not often she misses from there. But the Bisons will take that miss, and nearly picked off by Marissa Roberts. Now it's a transition opportunity for the Bisons, a little give and go between the rookies. Shakowski to Rom, back to Shakowski for the 2 points. Nice play there from the freshman. Here's MRU now. Martins working on Mandamin, finds the angle. Easy 2 points and drawing the foul. Tough break there for the Bisons. Nice play from Martins. So Mandamin's going to pick up her first foul of the night. Third foul in the Bisons here in the quarter. So you're seeing a few Dakota Lancers alumni on this team. Paige Shakowski, also a Dakota Lancer. Part of that very strong program last year with Daria Rom. Here's Shakowski now with it. Has a couple cuts, finds Martin in the high post. Martin, nice little spin move, a little shimmy around Nora Luca and gets that to fall. MRU taking their time here. 87 points already. Here's Donnelly working on the screen from Luca. Finds an angle on Martin. Just putting on the Jets an easy 2 points. She is such an impressive guard. Here's Rom now with an opening. Takes it in, and she'll get that to... she doesn't get it to fall a little too... I wouldn't even say too hard. Just an unlucky bounce. Doesn't get the friendly bounce off the rim. Ball worked around now. Shakowski takes a drive, puts up the floater, and that'll fall. So the freshmen here having an impact in the fourth quarter. Trying to build up their momentum into the second half of this season. And there's a block from Ava Kahn, but it's going to be 2 shots. See that? And it was on Ava Kahn, so Kahn picks up her first foul of tonight's game. Team foul number 4. That's not good for the Bisons, who are down 19 with 4:52 left in this fourth quarter. Lawler misses the first shot. That is Jamie Lawler at the line. Fifth-year guard from Red Deer, Alberta. Lindsay Thurber High School is where she went. As she gets that second shot to fall, the Cougars now 10 points away from 100. They have a 20-point lead, 90-70. 70 points at this point of the game is a great output for Manitoba, but Mount Royal's just not missing much. Very high-scoring game in this fifth place. Here's a chance for Rom. 3-point attempt, no good. She follows her shot. And she gets it back on the wing. Now she's going to drive. Tries to get the pass off. She saw Shakowski, but a good hand there by Donnelly to knock it away. And Jamie Lawler will pick it up here for Mount Royal. Also on the court for the first time here. As the ball goes out of bounds, it'll be Manitoba ball. Some check-ins actually before I get to that. 11 for Mount Royal. That's Presley Hoff coming in, as well as Haley Lawler. Checking back into the game. And there's going to be a timeout here for Manitoba. Seeing coming on for the first time here in this game is Hope LaRock. First-year guard, another Manitoban. She's from Niverville, Manitoba, not far from Winnipeg. She played for Dakota as well. Surprise, surprise. So the young freshman class all on the floor together, at least before this timeout. seeing if they can muster a few points here, maybe get a little confidence up as you're playing at the higher level. Obviously, Raman Shakowski getting a ton of playing time here for freshmen with the Bisons. LaRock, not as much. So these will be valuable minutes for her. So the Century Watch continues here as the timeout comes to an end. 4:17 left, plenty of time. And as I said, a high-scoring game. But if you've been watching this entire game, you'd see it's not been a terrible game. It's not like the defense has been awful. It's just the offense has been so stellar for Mount Royal in finding shots. And same with the Bisons. They've not had as good or an easy a time as Mount Royal, but they've had some great offensive possessions. A travel here by Maiko. She thought she had Shakowski, had to adapt in the middle of that decision. She did get it to go, but she had to take the extra step. So Mount Royal will get the ball on the sideline. Full court pressure here from Manitoba. LaRock guarding Haley Lawler. The fifth-year guard also from Red Deer. Now Royal working around, trying to find some mismatches. That's thrown away, picked up by Shakowski, and she's just going to run it up herself. Gets into the key and finds a wide open Ava Kahn. Tries to go reverse. She was just under the net. Can't get it to fall, but she does get the rebound. Maiko now, skip pass. One of the harder skip passes here from the Bisons today. It's Shakowski lining up a three. No good. And the ball is going to get knocked off the knee of Daria Rom. And out of bounds it goes, so Mount Royal will get the possession. Here's Lawler now getting it across to her sister, Jamie. Jamie with the give and go from Nora Luca. Her floater doesn't fall, but Janica Martins picks up the rebound, nearly throws it over for the backcourt violation. Luca had to hustle to save that. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Here's Martins. Goes right into Ava Kahn, and that is going to be an offensive foul. Perfect lineup there from Kahn. Had her feet set right in the middle of the lane. No mistake there. Easy call for the referees and a nice hustle play from Ava Kahn to get that ball back. 3:09 left in the fourth quarter. Cougars lead 90-70. Rom to Kahn. Kahn has a double team on her, finds Michael wide open in the middle, and she'll put in 2 points. Had a bit of a mismatch there with the much smaller 5'8" Presley Hoff guarding her. Anna Maiko is 6'1". Here's Haley Lawler. Hesitates at half court, but does get it over. She'll hand it off to Jamie Lawler. She'll fire it across the court, and it's going to be a travel off of the dribble there. That was Presley Hoff again. Ramsumere coming in again. So a break for some players here. Nora Luca coming off. Martins coming off, as is Jamie Lawler. Temi Agier back into the game as well for Mount Royal. As the shot goes up, no good, but Paige Shakowski there to clean up the garbage and put 2 points in. 90-74, 16-point lead for the Cougars. 2 minutes, 10 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Haley Lawler hands it off to Hop. Hop loses the handle, and now it's a fight for it. Going to be a jump ball here. So the possession will remain Mount Royal's. And checking back into the game is Marissa Richards for the Cougars. Ten seconds on the shot clock. 2 minutes and 1 second left in the game. And there's going to be a foul here, an illegal screen called against Marissa Roberts. Head coach Robin Fleckenstein not happy with that call. Going to ask for an explanation and going to express her disgust in the call. Shouldn't cost her team, though. Less than 2 minutes to play. 16-point lead for the Cougars. Bisons with possession. Ball skipped across. Here's LaRock now. She'll drive. Skips it over to Kahn. Kahn to Maiko. Maiko for three. Rims out. Shakowski will chase it down, but can't get a handle. Last touched by Haley Lawler as it sails out of bounds, so the Bisons will get the possession here at the sideline. Bisons with 3 first years on the floor. Then Ava Kahn, who's in her 3rd year, as that bucket fall is in. 2-pointer. MRU will take it. Minute and 30 seconds left in the 4th. Lawler drops it off as she drives through the key. Here's Donnelly now. Gets a matchup with Shakowski. Skips it out to the corner. Roberts hesitated. Now she tries to drive baseline. It's taken away by Rom, who knocks it out of bounds. 6 seconds on the shot clock. Cougars will retain possession. So Anna Maiko, 2nd-year players out there. Ava Kahn was the oldest player at 3 years. She's now being subbed out. As Hannah Olugabodi checks in. Olugabodi, a 1st-year guard from Winnipeg as well, from Fort Richmond. As that 3-pointer's up, no good, and the rebound grabbed down again by Haley Lawler this time. So the Cougars with another chance. 9 seconds on the shot clock. Pass forced into the key, taken away by Maiko. Quick pass Shakowski before she gets it back, and she'll set up the offense here. So not looking like the Cougars will eclipse that century mark. It's 90 points. It's been there for a while. Less than a minute to play now. And the Bisons down 14. Not impossible, 54 seconds left, but a real long shot. But I think for the Bisons, just to get this game within 10 would be a huge boost of confidence and momentum here to end off this tournament. They've been outplayed this whole time. They've only held a lead in this game for 43 seconds, and that was back when it was 6-3. So, it's been a game played from behind pretty much this entire time by the Bisons. Sorry, we're in the Wesmen gym, so that's where that confusion's coming in. But they have plenty of time here to dig away. If you get a few stops, a few baskets, make it interesting. But if you get to that 80 mark relatively quickly, then you start putting a little pressure on Mount Royal, see if you can force a few mistakes. But again, 14 points in 54 seconds is a tall task for anybody. And Mount Royal has been playing really well, although the points have been coming in abundance for both teams. When you see a score like 90-76, and we're not even at the final score yet. So we're set in. Daria Rom going to inbound the ball here for the Bisons. 54.9 seconds left. 90-76 is the score. Mount Royal wearing white leading it. So now you've got 4 first years on the floor for the Bisons and 1 second year. Here's a 3-point attempt from LaRock, and it's good. She gets on the score sheet with a 3-pointer, and now it's an 11-point lead for the Cougars with 45 seconds left. Let's see what the Bisons can do. This young Bison squad, you got to feel good. There is a ball poked away. Oh, my goodness. Gabodi gets the steal, and now the Bisons nearly send it away. Daria Rom, it was knocked away, but they're going to call it a backcourt violation against the Bisons with 26.4 seconds left. But great effort here from the young Bisons lineup. Getting a glimpse of the future if you're a Bisons fan, you're watching on the Wesmen Athletics YouTube page as they play the Mount Royal Cougars. Not going to hear that often. Well, here we are. Great look into the future here for the Bisons. They're going to want to get a stop here and on a high note. 8 seconds on the shot clock, and they're pushing Richards back. She finally gets up to the perimeter, skips it. Hardly handled there, barely handled by Lawler, who gets it back. Can't get the shot on time. Great defensive set here for the Bisons, and they're getting that support from the bench. This has been the most impressive stretch here probably for the Bisons. As Rom's going to inbound this. They're in their own end. 11 seconds left. Just try and get another basket here if you can. Make a good, solid possession. Run something. See if you can get a shot and can this one. LaRock, with 4 seconds on the clock, gets to Maiko. She's guarded tightly. Skips it over. Shakowski has to get a shot up. She does, but it's blocked. And that'll do it. The Mount Royal Cougars will finish in 5th spot with 2 wins and 1 loss in this Wesmen Classic as they win this one 90-79, an 11-point win led by as much as 26, and it looked like the Bisons might actually get this to within 10, riding a basically freshman lineup with one sophomore in the game, that sophomore being Anna Maiko, who's really coming to her own here with the Bisons this season, taking a step up in her progression as she'll be one of the leaders on this team. But the Bisons looking strong in this one with their youth. Anyway, MRU, though, just too strong on this. I don't even know where to start with this team. They've had so many players, such a team effort for this team that put up 90 points in this game and probably could have been 100. The scoring got a little cold there towards the end, but it was an absolutely stellar performance here from MRU. Their leading scorer was Janika Martins, who had 18 points. Nora Luca added another 17 points. They had four players in double figures, and pretty much everybody who saw the floor at least had a field goal. Rebounding, no one had double digits. The most was Jamie Lawler with 6, and she's a guard. 30 rebounds total. They were out-rebounded, however, by Manitoba at 38, but just a great team effort. Great statistically. 55% from the field, 36 for 65 were the Cougars, and looking at 3 points, 11 for 25, 44% clip there. I mean, just doing everything they needed to win, and they, on top of that, were 77% at the free throw line. Only got there 9 times, cashed in on 7 of those. So just an all-around strong game here from the Cougars to end off this tournament. Taking a look at the Bisons, leading scorer with 17 points was Anna Maiko. She also had 9 rebounds, 1 short of a double-double. She had 4 assists to add into that. 14 points from Daria Rom, 3 rebounds with that as well, and 14 points from Emerson Martin. So, yeah, 3 players in double figures, 8 points from Paige Schakowsky, who played really well as well. But, yeah, you got a glimpse of the future there from the Bisons, and it looks like the future will be bright for that team, though they will fall to 1-2 in this tournament and continue their play next week when Canada West Conference play resumes. Stay with us, though. We have one more to go, and it is the biggest one of the weekend, the championship game between the Regina Cougars of the Canada West Conference and the Guelph Griffins of the OUA. We'll talk to you in just a bit. Thanks for tuning in for this one. Stick around. We've got the big game next. Welcome in to the Duckworth Center in downtown Winnipeg, Manitoba. The final game of the Wesmen Classic, the 57th edition of this prestigious tournament between the Guelph Griffins in red of the OUA and the Regina Cougars wearing green from the Canada West Conference. Two strong teams had tight games to get here. Both of them hoping to walk out of here with a championship as this tournament concludes. The three-day tournament, third game for each team. Neither has lost. Three-point attempt, no good. There, that is from Julia Kolovecchia. So the Rams have a chance here. That is Kara Miskey with the ball. She tries to go up, can't do it. She's an effective guard for Regina. And Guelph will go the other way. Trying her best at the reverse layup is Hannah Bourdon, but she is blocked by Izzy Foose, the Winnipegger freshman for Regina. Miskey with another miss. Jade Belmore fighting for it, but out of bounds, saying it's a kickball. It will be Guelph's nonetheless. Taking a look here as a turnover is forced by Regina. Starting lineup for the University of Guelph. Number 4, guard Renee Armstrong. Number 6, Rain Jaj, point guard. Number 9, Alexis Wright. Number 10, Julia Kolovecchia, and number 14, Hannah Bourdon are the starters for Guelph. For Regina, with the ball, Jade Belmore. Number 12, getting it to Kara Miskey. Number 6, Caillou Foose. Number 9, also from Winnipeg, a product of Dakota Collegiate. Izzy Foose, her younger sister, number 11, also starting. And number 13, Brenna Metz, who's been an effective player, a spark plug for these Cougars, throughout the weekend. Still 0-0 here as we near the minute-and-a-half point. Kara Miskey on her third attempt finally gets one to fall and opens the scoring in this one. Guelph trying to pick up the pace here. One thing Regina does really well is full court pressure. As the shot goes up, Kolovecchia cannot get that one to fall, so it's another rebound here for Regina. The reigning Canada West Player of the Year has it. That's Jade Belmore. Belmore going to draw a foul as she gets the ball to the wing. That foul going to Rain Jaj. It's her first. Team foul number 1 here in this game. Miskey inbounds it to Belmore. Guelph giving plenty of gap here, showing some respect. Belmore blows by her defender and then gets it back to Caillou Foose. Now it's Miskey working in the post. Nola pass to Foose, who puts up the 3 and drains it. Caillou Foose hits her first field goal of the night. It's a 3-pointer, 5-0 Cougars lead, and here's that pressure from Regina. Guelph able to get through. Here's a chance now. Shot up, no good. That's Lucy Tesseman. I believe I said it was number 9 starting. It's definitely number 8, Lucy Tesseman, who is a very important player here for Guelph. Nice hard pass from Miskey inside to Metz, and Metz doesn't get it to fall but will draw the foul. Kara Miskey is a crafty playmaker. She is a great passer. Doesn't need to make eye contact. She's got great chemistry with this team. She's played well throughout the weekend. Jade Belmore had wouldn't say a struggle. She labored hard in the last game for the win. It was a 3-point win to get here for the University of Regina. They beat Fraser Valley in that game. Jade Belmore had 17 points, and they were all well-earned. Izzy Foose led the way, the freshman here, again, playing in her hometown of Winnipeg, had 18 points in that game and is quickly becoming an integral part of this Regina Cougars roster. Some substitutions will be coming in soon here for Regina. Kara Miskey guarding Renee Armstrong. Renee Armstrong, another talented guard for Guelph, who's had a great weekend here so far. As mentioned, both teams undefeated in this tournament, and their records are pretty close as well. Guelph Griffins are 8-3. That's good for first in the OUA West. They've scored 806 points so far this season. That is the third best in the OUA. Only the 3 teams have reached that benchmark in the OUA. Taking a look at Regina, they are first in their division, first in the Prairie Division in the Canada West Conference at 8-2, second best in the entire conference as UBC is 8-1. They played one less game but have a higher winning percentage. Here's a chance now for Guelph. Armstrong met by Miskey. Ball comes out to Bourdon, who puts it up, and she will cash that three. And just like that, it's a 2-point game, as the Cougars had enjoyed a 5-point lead for a good portion of this start. Here's Belmore now working on Bourdon. Quick turnaround, can't get that layup to fall. Nice rebound though, but again, unable to get it to fall was Rachel Vanderhooft, who's now checked into the game. And there's going to be a foul here against Regina on another new check-in. That's Taylor Gottselig. So Gottselig going to pick up her first foul of tonight's game, and it's going to mean shots for Renee Armstrong. 2 fouls on the Griffins here so far, 1 on the Cougars. Armstrong has 1 left, scores 7-5, unable to cash in on that first one. She will hit the second one, and we have a 1-point game. Bourdon on Miskey. Getting it over to the wing. Belmore now, always dangerous. Regina working the ball around. Skip pass to Miskey. Bit of a risky one there from Belmore. Miskey handles it, able to keep the offense going. Belmore pulls up from the elbow, not going to miss from there. Jade Belmore with a couple. There's that full court press Regina is so effective at. Guelph able to get through. Here's Bourdon now. And Tesseman able to pull that one down. Here's Bourdon with a shot, and she hits another 3. She's heating up. That's 2 3-pointers for her. 8 points on the night so far. Here's Miskey. Skip pass to Caillou Foost. And that one is knocked away. Taking it in the lane there was Gottselig, and now Guelph in transition. Armstrong draws the foul on Miskey, and she'll be shooting 2. So Miskey going to come off, as will Caillou Foost. Maddie Seda into the game, number 8 for Regina.
Hey, clean it up, Bree.
And with those shots, the Griffins take the lead 11-9. Guelph picking up the coverage here at full court, playing a man defense, however. Here's Foost, pulls up for 3 off the screen. That rims out. Rebound taken down by Vanderhooft, and she'll get 2. Got a little back and forth going here, as we are now past the halfway point of the first quarter in this championship game of the 57th Wesmen Classic. Guelph working it around. Delaney Cortez, who's now into the game. Guelph, some good depth. Cortez, a second-year guard from Conestoga, Ontario. And that shot is no good. Here's Belmore pushing the pace, finds Vanderhoof. Vanderhoof is blocked on the way up. It last touched by Colavecchia, so it will be Regina ball as Guelph brings in another substitution. Checking in is Grace Kelly. Kelly, a second academic year, first year of eligibility, however, guard from Brockville, Ontario. Home of the Brockville Braves junior hockey team. That's about all I know about Brockville. Here's Regina now, trying to add more points to the board. Jade Belmore with a tough take, can't get it to fall. Rebound secured by Guelph. Larissa Regario, who's now into the game as well, with a rebound here, and she'll man the point. Working around the perimeter is Guelph. And there's going to be an illegal screen called here. It's going to go against Guelph. Carol Usi will pick up her first foul. So we're seeing a lot of substitutions here coming in so far for both teams. Getting the depth in, both teams very deep. Here's Regina now. Izzy Foost with the shot, no good. Rebound taken and carried up the floor by Larissa Ruggiero. A little bit of struggles there. Metz on her, and Metz forces the turnover. On the ground she goes. Going to be a foul called here. A foul against Metz. It was a nice hustle play to knock it loose. Didn't look like anybody had possession, but they're going to call the foul on Metz. So for Metz, her first foul, team foul number 3. So both teams have 3 fouls here with 3:37 left in the first quarter. And there, Metz with another steal, making up for the foul that was called. Goes the other way. Can't get the layup, though. Miskey was following, but 2 defenders back for Guelph. Great hustle to get back for Guelph and make sure no damage was done. Now they have a chance to cash in some points in a tie game, 11-11. Here's Bourdon. Step back from Ruggiero. Doesn't fall. And the rebound is corralled by Regina very quickly. Then it was knocked out by Bourdon, and there's going to be a foul called here against Guelph, and that will go against Bourdon. And if you've seen Guelph play, they will react to every single call against them. They are very animated on the court, and they enjoy laughing it off. And that's from coaching staff to players. So something you got to get used to when you're playing interconference. Reffing might be a little different. You're playing with refs you've never played with before. And you do get used to the refs in these conferences because there's a lot of these refs that are at this level that do travel and will ref most of these games. So there is some getting used to. They've gotten used to it through 2 games. This is their 3rd. And here's Miskey now. Little hesitation move, gets it to Foose. Foose thought about shooting, has the ball knocked away, and it will remain Regina ball with 4 seconds left on the shot clock. Now when I say react, they don't overreact, but they're very animated when they think a call has gone against them, which is pretty much every call that does go against them they feel is unfair. But that's like every team. You never want to call against you. Here's Izzy Foose now. Shot is nowhere near the rim. Guelph with an easy rebound, and here come the Griffins. Here's Cortez getting it over to Bourdon. Bourdon working on Kiyu Foose. Ruggiero now. Back to Bourdon. Great defense there by Foose. Guelph struggling to get in the lane. Izzy Foose stepping into that one. They let it play on. Shot from the corner, no good from Cortez. She follows her shot, can't get it. Izzy Foose hustling out there. Not getting rewarded in this possession, but she does not stop trying here as they're trying to get the ball back, and there's going to be a foul called here, and it looks like it will be going against the Cougars. And it will. It's going against Metz again. That's her 2nd foul here early for Brenna Metz, the 4th year business administration student out of the Dr. Martin Leopoldus High School in Regina, Saskatchewan. A lot of hometown talent here on the Regina Cougars. And as you'd imagine, Guelph with a bunch of Ontarians, a lot in the southwestern region of that province. Kara Miskey gets the long rebound, and she'll push it the other way. Miskey, nice pass, feed inside, finished by Vanderhoof. Not going to miss from there. Miskey is a fun guard to watch. This is a really fun team. These Regina Cougars, who we do see a lot in the Canada West. And Guelph has been a fun team to watch this week, and a team we don't get to watch as much in the OUA, but they're having a strong season, ranked 9th in Canada right now. As Lucy Tesseman back into the game. Tesseman had herself a nice game as well in that last game, a 69-66 win over the University of Winnipeg. A bit of a surprise. I think a lot of people thought Guelph was going to rout the Wesmen, but the Wesmen played a strong game and gave a lot of struggles to Guelph. And Lacey Tesseman wasn't different. She had 12 points in that game and a bunch of rebounds. Julia Colavecchio was the leading scorer with 18. So both those players play a very integral role for the Guelph Griffins as there's a battle for the ball in the back corner. 2 Griffins, 1 Ram. It's a jump ball, and the possession will remain with the Griffins. Checking back into the game is Renee Armstrong for Guelph. And Kiyu Foose will be coming off as well. And there's going to be a timeout called here by Guelph. Very tightly contested game here as we're still in the first quarter. 13-11 is the score. Regina leading the Griffins. Both teams feeling each other out. And we expected a dandy one here. As I said, records identical. Both are first in their division, in their conferences. 2 of the best teams in their conferences. Very similar records. And, you look at the OUA record for Guelph, 8-3. Those losses coming to some pretty good teams like Carleton and Ottawa U. They're 2 of the teams that have more points than Guelph in the season. I believe Windsor might have been one of the losses there too. I can't remember, but It's a really good team in Guelph here, and it's always a little bit of a disadvantage when you're coming in as the only team with no sense of what it's like to play in this gym. And they've done really well. A bit of a scare against Winnipeg, but just like Guelph, Regina had a scare against Fraser Valley with a 3-point win of their own. So both teams had to fight and claw to get in here. Neither team wants to leave empty-handed. A championship is on the line, a chance to be crowned the 57th Wesmen Classic champions. As Guelph will inbound the ball. And Guelph looking to make something happen. It's Renee Armstrong making it happen, drawing the foul. And that foul is going to go against Rachel Vanderhoof. That's her first foul of tonight's game. But Regina now on the penalty. So the Griffins will have the bonus here moving forward for the rest of the quarter. 1:12 left as Armstrong hits that first shot. As mentioned, Guelph is the 9th ranked team in U Sports right now across the nation. One of their losses to Ottawa, the number 1 ranked team, and Carleton, the number 4 ranked team. UBC has a better winning percentage than Regina. They are the top ranked Canada West team in the U Sports rankings as it passes in from Belmore to Vanderhoof. They're saying it's last touch by Regina will be Griffin's ball, and Izzy Foust will check back into this game. Checking in for Josie Valley. Valley, a first-year guard from Regina as well, wins to Winston Knoll Collegiate. Saskatchewan is ranked 6th. Saskatchewan 3rd in the Prairie Division. Regina, unranked as of right now. And a win here, though it doesn't count towards any kind of standings, would put an eye on Regina, who would be taking out a top-ranked team in a championship situation. Rebound tracked down there by Gottselig. Now it's in Miskie's hands, and the offense will run through her. Nice drive, nice pass to Belmore, who puts in the reverse layup. What a play, Miskey to Belmore. If it's the first time you're watching Regina play, get used to that. Those are the pillars of this Cougars team. 14 seconds, now down to 12. Shot clock is off. Here's a chance for Armstrong. Easy lay-in, a little miscommunication there. Catching Regina sleeping doesn't happen often. They make it pay. Here's Belmore, 2 seconds on the clock. Gets into a 3-point position. And it just hits the back iron, does not fall. So at the end of the first quarter, much like it started, tied. The score is 15-15. Both teams playing hard defensively and really battling for their buckets here. And this game, I imagine, is only going to get better as this game goes on. Yeah, looking at Guelph and you look at who they play in with in the OUA. I mean, you look at the top 10 rankings. Ottawa's in there, Carleton's in there, Guelph is in there, Windsor probably not far behind, and it's a really strong conference out there in the OUA. But Canada West also a strong conference in its own right, and it's always fun to see these matchups. And before the tournament started, the Westmen had a media day. And the players that we interviewed actually talked about the excitement of the prospect of playing Guelph, and they looked excited. That was one of the best games they played this year in that semifinal against Guelph, where they gave themselves a chance to win and be in this championship game on home court, which would have been a huge accomplishment for a young Westman team that's really just starting to find their groove in the last, let's say in the first half of this season, as there's a bunch of second years that are starting to step up in that regard. But Guelph is kind of the team everybody wanted to play because it's totally different. The scouting is different. You have no background on these teams. Not sure the last time Guelph and Regina would have played, but I imagine it would have been at one of the national tournaments. And when they played the Westmen, I believe it was their first time playing in Winnipeg against the Westmen since 2006. So clearly, I'm not even sure players were alive, some of them at that time. So clearly, these rivalries don't carry over from team to team. But certainly when you're the team from Ontario, you want to make a statement as the one Ontario team taking out all the Canada West competitors. And even though you're not playing on home court, I imagine there's a sense of home court advantage or defending home court as the Canada West representative in the final and a team that's desperately knocking on the door to get in the top 10 ranking of U Sports after a stellar start to the season for Regina and a very historically proud program and successful program. Saskatchewan, a very strong collegiate basketball program between the universities out there, the University of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon and the University of Regina. Regina has the edge on Saskatoon. Saskatoon's been strong for the last few years, but they have a couple of losses under their belt and find themselves below Regina in the standings. And you know if those teams meet in the playoffs, it's going to be fun. Nothing quite like a prairie rivalry, especially when it's in Saskatchewan. And a steal from Renee Armstrong, just catching them napping. No focus on there, a lazy pass from Regina. That was Gotsley trying to get it to Miskey, so they're going to try and make up those 2 points real quick here. Izzy Foust has it now back to Miskey. Miskey drives, puts up a bit of a wild shot, and the Griffins will corral it. That's Renee Armstrong. Bourdon now skips it over, but a little out of reach and behind the person she was intending to hit. I think that was number 6, Rain Josh. Bourdon on Belmore, not giving her any space. Belmore, though, still able to find some paint. She puts up the tough layup with the right hand on the inside. Misses, and it'll be a jump ball on the rebound attempt. So this will be Guelph possession. Did not get stats after the first quarter. Apologize. We also don't have live stats abilities here for this tournament. Normally we would for Canada West Conference play. Armstrong. Nice move. Soft touch, gets the friendly roll, and 2 points for her. So Armstrong now with 11 points, 11 of the 19 scored by Guelph. Vanderhoof to a couple of times here where there's a little lackadaisical with the ball, Regina, in a game that's this close. You don't want to be making mistakes like that. A travel now charged to Taylor Gotzelin. Full court press here from Regina, and it works, forcing the turnover. They're so effective of that. I'm sure Guelph knew it coming in. I know there's not a lot of time to look at tape, but Regina not going to take it easy. Back into that full court press. This time it's Tessman coming into the middle, breaking it. Guelph working around, mid-range jump shot, no good. Tessman gets the rebound and puts up 2 points. She is a great interior player, rebounding offensively and defensively. She's got a nose for the block, so keep an eye on number 8, Guelph. Tessman could be a difference maker in this game. Here she is in the paint, keeping an eye on Foust here as they're in the zone. Now she has to pop out as Foust takes the 3 attempt, no good. And the ball is knocked out of bounds. It will be Guelph ball. Substitutions here for Regina coming in. Maddie Seda into the game, as is Caillou Foust. Here's Bourdon. There they go. Tough time. They are able to get it within 8 seconds, over half. And now there's a 3-point shot. And that one, big rebound available. And, of course, Tessman, first one to it. No surprise there, but she can't corral it. And now it's Kara Miskey on the run. Miskey to Vanderhoof. Might have had it knocked away. Not able to get that layup. And the Griffins will come the other way. 21-17 is your score. Nice lead pass into Tessman from Bourdon. A few moves on the smaller guard. Tessman had the mismatch, gets the foul, and a chance to add 2 points. Tessman has 2 points so far. Seda will pick up the foul. So that is the first foul of the second quarter. Seda's first foul of the game. And Tessman can't hit the second one. So Jade Belmore will run it up. Bourdon on Belmore. She uses the screen, gets it back to Miskey. Miskey, quick little fake. She'll just get it back out to the wing. Maddie Seda had some trouble. She gets it to Belmore. 4 seconds on the shot clock. Back to Seda. Her 3 a little off the mark. Griffins will take it. Armstrong thought she had the pass, shakes it off, and she'll just get into the offensive set here. And there's a foul called here. And they're going to give a foul here to Jade Belmore. So Belmore picking up her first foul of the night. Second foul charged to the Cougars. Apologize, you keep hearing me say Regina because the football team, if you are not a supporter of the University of Regina, the football team goes by the Regina Rams. It's a long history, I'm not going to get into that. But the football team is the Rams. The rest of their teams are the Cougars. And this is who we're watching tonight, the Regina Cougars, who pick up another foul. This one's going against Kara Miskey as well. Miskey now picks up 2 fouls. Still early, but 2 fouls at this point of the game for your most effective guard could be a little bit concerning. So she's going to have to be careful here. Substitution is just checked to the table. We'll come in next whistle. We'll see if it's for Miskey. As Belmore nearly intercepts the pass, Armstrong still finds it, gets the shot up, and one, and draws another foul on Kara Miskey. Miskey now has 3 fouls against her, and we're not even halfway through the second quarter. Alexin Ward, second-year guard from Regina, went to Michael A. Riffle to give Miskey a break, but that is a tough break. Couldn't get the substitution in, and the next whistle ended up being another foul on Miskey. An N1 at that, though she couldn't turn on the foul shot. Armstrong missed it, and then Guelph proceeds to turn it over, up 24-17. So let's see how Regina responds without Miskey on the floor. Here's Ward now. Her first playing time so far. Passing as she goes for the cut, a little bit hard and maybe a little bit out of reach. Just went off the fingertips of Maddie Seda, so they're going to have to get back on defense. And, of course, Regina back in their full court press. Nice screen and roll there from Testament, but it actually opens up an opportunity in the corner for Julia Colavecchia. And there's going to be another foul against Regina, Maddie Seda. That's 5 fouls against the Cougars, 0 against the Griffins. Regina's bench just pointing out the foul discrepancy here. 5 for the Cougars, none against the Griffins so far in this second quarter, and we're not even halfway through, just 4 minutes in to the second quarter. Already 5 fouls called against Regina, including 2 that went against Kara Miskey, giving her 5. And then you are then ineligible, tossed from the game. So they got to keep an eye on that, and she is an aggressive player, so that'll be tough as a timeout is called by Regina. We got the first half stats a little bit late. I think they were having some printer problems. But going over the first half, or the first quarter stats, the score was 15-15. Regina was 1 for 8 from 3. They were 6 for 22 from the field. Meanwhile, Guelph was 4 for 17 from the field and 2 for 8 from 3. Rebounds, there were abundance, and it was a tight contest there where Regina had 15 to Guelph's 14 and 5 offensive rebounds for Regina. In the first quarter, Guelph had 4 points off turnovers. Regina had 10 points in the paint to Guelph's 4. Second chance points went to Regina as well, and they also had more bench points with 4. Their biggest lead of the first quarter was 7. As we're looking at that now, there is no lead for the Cougars. They are down 9 and facing some adversity here. So coaches are getting their chance to converse with the referees here. It's Michaela Kleisinger, who's the assistant coach, but appears to be serving as head coach here tonight. Dave Taylor is there, but he's taking a seat on the bench. So Belmore gets it off to Ward. Ward with a hard cut towards the middle. Gets it over to Caillou Foost. Back to Belmore. Ward to Caillou Foost. Foost for 3. And that is short, but the rebound by Metz. And she will draw a foul and shoot 2. Metz, not incredibly tall, only 5'7", but she is a battler for those boards. As the first foul of the quarter has been called on Guelph. And Metz will hit that first shot. That call went against Larissa Ruggiero. That's her first foul of tonight's game. And the trap, instantaneous for Regina. Here the bench saying they had to be there a little bit quicker, but still pretty effective in slowing down Guelph. Guelph able to break the press, but not making it easy is Regina, and you wonder if that'll wear down Guelph as this game goes on, because it is relentless. This is something they do for a good portion of the game, almost all game, as a three goes up from Colavecchio, no good. Tesseman battling for the rebound and knocks it out of bounds. It'll be Regina ball. Checking back into the game now for Regina is Taylor Gottslig. That'll give Alexin Ward a quick break, both of them from Regina. Taylor Gottslig from Archbishop MC O'Neill High School. Foost, walks into a double team, didn't see it coming. Great help there from Colavecchio. Tesseman fakes the pass, puts up the layup, but can't get it to fall. She gives off a little smile there. She almost had it. That was a nice defensive play to create that opportunity, but off come the Cougars the other way, and Foost doesn't get the layup, but does draw the foul. Looks like it'll go against Colavecchio, and it does. So Colavecchio has one foul against her. That's team foul number 2. Hannah Bourdon coming in for Guelph. Bourdon from Fort Erie, Ontario, in her 3rd year, sports and event management student at Guelph. And here's Foost. Freshman starter for the University of Regina from right here in Winnipeg, a product of the Dakota Collegiate Program. Playing with her sister, Caillou Foost, a 2nd-year guard from the same high school. Colavecchio, nice pass into Armstrong, and she'll get that easy, and they point at each other for a beautiful connection there. Griffins hold a 7-point lead, 28-21, 4:30 left in this second quarter. Here's Belmore now with Armstrong on her, picks up her dribble. She'll just get it off to Foost. Foost to Foost. Izzy to Caillou, back to Belmore. Belmore with the drive, puts up the floater, rims out, front iron, and it's Bourdon getting caught in that trap, but she gets the ball back after it was knocked away, and Guelph will get into their offensive set. There's Colavecchio, finds some space on Foost, and Foost with the block! Colavecchio goes in hard, but Foost too strong. The freshman knocking that out of bounds on the 4th-year guard, Julia Colavecchio. Colavecchio from Niagara Falls, a family studies and human development student. The University of Guelph. Absolutely beautiful campus out there in Guelph, a great university city. That shot missed. Jade Belmore picks it up, and Belmore will send it to the far end. And there's going to be a foul called here. I believe it's going on Guelph. And it is, so Guelph will be charged a foul. It's going against Larissa Ruggiero, who has picked up her 2nd foul of tonight's game, team foul number 3. So the foul's starting to even out here. But the Griffins in the bonus. Cougars still need to draw 2 more fouls. Colavecchio now skips it across to Armstrong. She'll slow it down. Cougars able to get a bit of a breather here on offense now that they've been able to get in that set without pressure, but they still turn it over. And here comes Regina in transition. And nice passing play here, trying to catch a trailing Vanderhoof who was blocked, and now it's Armstrong taking it the other way. Fake pass, wild layup it looked like, but I don't think it was wild. I think she was in full control there with a very difficult reverse. Nice finish there from Armstrong. Regina right back the other way, trying to have an answer, and it's going to be a jump ball, and this will be Regina. As substitutions come in, it looks like the University of Guelph is going to take a timeout here. They've got a 9-point lead, but there have been a few times. A few things that Regina's done well is the pressure. Guelph has been great in answering that pressure on the full court press. There have been a couple of transition opportunities that have not led to any danger for the Cougars, or the Griffins rather, but you might want to nip that in the bud now and take this moment to just kind of regroup, recalibrate, and make sure you're sticking to doing what's been working and not fall into any bad habits. Cougars, on the other hand, would like to see a bit more of a run. It's tied 15-15 at the end of the first quarter, and now they are down 9. Biggest developing story in this game so far is the 3 fouls against number 6, Karamiski of the University of Regina. Miskey, integral in this offense. The offense runs through her. She's one of the best point guards in the Canada West Conference. Great playmaker. And it's a little bit harder when she's not on the court, though Regina does have a few players that can step up, and we've seen it. We've seen Taylor Gosling come to the game, Alexin Ward. We've seen Josie Valley very briefly. But there were players that have had to come in and step up. Maddie Sada's been another one. But Miskey's still on the bench here, and I imagine they'll probably try to keep her on there for the rest of the half at the very least to make sure you have her in the second half. Here's Regina at the baseline. Inbounding is Sada. Belmore with it now. Goes against the screen. Foost for three. Izzy Foost doesn't get it to fall, and it's Tesseman with another rebound here for Guelph. Kolovecchia. Cortez now runs into a double team. Oh, what a pass. Tesseman, though, not sure if she was expecting it. It was a bit of a prayer. Tesseman wasn't able to handle it, and Regina forces another turnover. Here's Belmore with it now. Reigning Canada West Player of the Year over to Izzy Foost. Inside look from Vanderhoof is intercepted, and that will lead to a foul. This one going to be charged to Maddie Sada, so now Maddie Sada has 3 fouls against her as well. So that's 2 guards who play significant minutes here for Regina with 3 fouls against them. And because they're in the penalty, it'll be 2 shots for Larissa Ruggiero. Ruggiero also has 2 fouls on her today. So Regina will be making a substitution here shortly if the ball goes in. Checking into the game is number 4, Taylor Gottslig. And number 9, Caillou Foost back in the game here. Vanderhoof will take a seat. Here's Metz inbounding the ball. Pressure here from Guelph now. Tastes their own medicine for Regina. They got to get the ball over here quick. Almost had a 5-second. Now they got to beat the 8-second. And they will just do that. Good effort there by Taylor Gottslig to get it over. And now they can get their offensive set. 12 seconds on the shot clock. Here's Foost. She'll walk it over to the other side. Hand it off to Metz, who finds some space. And she'll run into Cortez and draw the blocking foul. And Cortez going to go directly to the referee and get an explanation for that. She thinks it's a charge, but hard to tell from this angle if her feet were set there. There haven't been a lot of charges called in the games that I've been a part of. I've only seen 2. Metz did try to go through 3 defenders. Might have got bailed out there a little bit for Regina. Nonetheless, they have the ball at the baseline and a kickball, so Regina will try this all over again. 14-second shot clock, 2:19 left in the half. Griffins lead by 9, 32-21. Long skip pass from the baseline to the top here. Foost has it on the wing. Caillou Foost for 3. That's off the mark. Again, ball bounces around a little bit, but it's Hannah Bourdon that takes it and sends it to Kolovecchia. Kolovecchia. Izzy Foost on her, giving her plenty of space. To Cortez. Leaves it for Bourdon. She'll take a drive towards the key, but it's blocked off by Caillou Foost. And then the ball is knocked away from Kolovecchia, by Metz. The shot attempt no good, and the rebound taken in by Taylor Gottslig, who will rush it down the other way. Take it herself, coast to coast, and she's blocked, but there is a foul on the play. And 2 shots coming. And that's going against Larissa Ruggiero. So that's the first Guelph player with 3 fouls against her. She'll take a break, as will Kolovecchia. Checking into the game for Guelph. Back into the game is Renee Armstrong and Carol Uzi. This Gottslig hits the first shot. It's a 10-point deficit for the Cougars. And she misses the second one. Rebound tracked by Guelph, and Bourdon will get over half before Regina has a chance to set up that full court press. Bourdon now just dribbling it down the wing, gets it to Cortez. Cortez, Metz on her. She uses the screen, steps back. Belmore now gets the switch. A mismatch there. Metz struggling to knock the ball away, but not giving them anything are the referees, saying it's a hold. And both teams taking some fouls here that have been a little bit questionable. So making matters worse here. Oh, they're going to call it on Vanderhoof. It's like, I can't see who they put that last one on. It looked like it would have been Metz. And if it is on Metz, that's her third, and she's taken off. So now you've got 3 guards with 3 fouls as Regina. Here's Belmore on Armstrong. Leaves it for Vanderhoop before taking it back. Skip pass down to the corner. Along the baseline to Izzy Foost. Fumbles it for a second, then gets a step on Tesseman. Leaves it for her sister Caillou, who has the ball bounce on every part of the rim but does not fall through it. Board on now. 19 seconds, 50 seconds left to play in the game. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Board on, trying to take Foost. Foost, good defense positioning there. Now Armstrong blows by Belmore. Tries to get the skip to board on, but she was cutting away from the basket, and it's intercepted by Caillou Foost. Caillou Foost has it knocked away as she's trying to take it the other way in transition. So here's Guelph again. 20 seconds on the shot clock, 30 on the game clock. Armstrong calling for the screen from Tesseman. She slips it and puts up a tough 2 points as Izzy Fu stepped up to try and help there, but Tesseman so talented inside the paint, a tough person to guard, and a tough player to take it in against. Belmore now with 10 seconds, shot clock is off. Armstrong on her, a quick little move. Armstrong ran into Vanderhoof's back, and Belmore will draw the foul. We'll see who it's against. It's going to go against number 14 for Guelph, so that's Hannah Bordon. That's only her first foul of tonight's game. So Belmore hits the first one. If she hits the next one, it'll make it an 11-point game. Currently a 12-point deficit for the Cougars. And she does hit both. We got substitutions here for the last 5 seconds of this one. Defensive substitutions for Regina. Checking in is Alexan Ward, and Josie Valley. And here's that full court pressure. Board on, going to try and get something. Gets to half. She's going to get the shot off. It counts if it goes, but it's a little too high and too far as it sails over the backboard and out of bounds, giving us a 35-24 score to end the first half. The Guelph Griffins, the 9th-ranked team in the country, up 11 on the Regina Cougars in this championship game of the 57th Wesmen Classic, only the second women's tournament for this Wesmen Classic that has just recently moved away from a always men's basketball tournament as it rotates between men and women's basketball and volleyball every year. Regina does have a bit of a hole to dig out of here as we wait for some stats, and we've got some here. Taking a look real quick at how this is all shaping up. Regina starting to struggle here. They had a 27% field goal percentage. It's dropped to 20%, just 7 for 34. They only hit one field goal in the second quarter rather. They were 6 for 22, making them 1 for 12 in the second quarter, and they are still only 1 3-point made, 1 for 12, not making a single one there in the second quarter. They are 9 for 10 on the free throw line, though took a while for them to get there in the second quarter, and they only got there. Well, they got there enough towards the end. There was 2 attempts in the last quarter. Taking a look at the Guelph Griffins, their field goal percentage, 33.3%, 11 for 33. They're 2 for 12 from 3. And free throws, 73.3%, 11 for 15. Out-rebounding Regina pretty heavily right now, 31-20. And we look at the turnovers, 11 turnovers for Guelph and 10 for Regina. And points from turnovers, 12 points off the turnover for Guelph to Regina's 2. And points in the paint, 18-12 in favor of Regina. The biggest lead has been 13 when it was 35-22 for Guelph, and now they lead 35-24. The Cougars were able to drop that 2 points to make it an 11-point deficit at half. Stay with us. We'll be back here for second half action of the Wesmen Classic final between the Regina Cougars and the Guelph Griffins. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Duckworth Center. Second half action about to get underway at this Wesmen Classic final between the Guelph Griffins wearing red and the Regina Cougars wearing green. I am Joey Slattery. The Griffins have an 11-point lead to start this second half, 35-24. Guelph will get the first possession. Renee Armstrong has the ball. She leads all scorers with 17 points. Tesseman adds 2 of her own. Tesseman, that'll be 9 points for her. She had 8 rebounds in the first half, 5 of those offensive rebounds. So Tesseman, a very important part of both the offense and the defense here for the Griffins. She also has 3 blocks on the night. She's had many blocks throughout this tournament, an absolute stellar shot blocker. Chance here. She gets on Foost, no foul called. The ball will sail out of bounds, and it will be Regina ball. But Tesseman has been a very impressive player for this Guelph team, as has Renee Armstrong, who is the captain of this Guelph team. Armstrong, a 4th-year guard out of London, Ontario. Tesseman is from London as well, a human kinetics student. A lengthy 6-foot Tesseman. She's got long arms, able to track down balls when they come through the key. And that's another 2 points for Renee Armstrong, so a player you're going to want to get on. Kara Miskey inbounding the ball for Regina. She's got 3 fouls on her. 3 different guards for Regina playing with 3 fouls for the rest of this game. Miskey had it early in the second quarter, and she is maybe the most important person on this offense. She gets to Jade Belmore, who is the reigning player of the year, but her and Miskey are quite a tag team for this offense. They got a lot of things going. Regina, aggressive on defense again with that full court press. Renee Armstrong able to get it over and then finds a wide open Bourdon for 3. And that's no good. Regina will corral it. Bourdon also has 8 points in this one. 3 rebounds with that. The ball goes over. It was last touch, so Regina will not have an over and back call, but they have 10 seconds on the shot clock. Belmore driving through, going to draw the foul. And that's going to go against Rain Jaj, her second foul of tonight's game. First foul of the quarter here for the Griffins. Took them a while before they got their first one in the second quarter. We talked about the expression of Guelph with calls. One thing you'll notice with Jade Belmore, she's always playing with an expression on her face as Miskey puts in a tough layup where she almost looks like she's frustrated or maybe ailing with something, but it's just this intense, focused face that she has. So if you ever look at her, it looks like she's grimacing. She's probably not. And here, Regina on the run. Here's Miskey now cutting through, finds a wide open Izzy Foost for 3, a little short on that attempt. And Julia Colavecchia will pick that up for Guelph. Colavecchia having a relatively quiet night here. No points in the first half, just 2 rebounds. As that one is no good. Miskey's going to take that and take it the other way. Nice move to get around Bourdon. Now she's got numbers. She takes it right at her defender. Can't get that layup to fall. She does often hit those. And there's going to be a foul called here. And it's going to go against Metz, one of those 3 guards who was playing with 3 fouls. She now has 4 fouls. Metz is one of the starters here. So this puts Regina's coaching staff in a bit of a sticky situation as Metz comes off immediately, and we're not even 3 minutes in to this third quarter. Here's Armstrong. Colavecchia has Foost on her, decides to try and take it towards the key. Nothing there, but the pass is available, and that's well off the mark from Rain Jaj, or Jaj rather. Here's Miskey, uses the screen from Vanderhoof, puts up the shot, does not get the friendly roll. This has been an issue for Regina. A couple of unfriendly bounces, some missed shots, and that's where they find themselves down 11. 39-28's the score. Guelph, it slipped out of the hand of Armstrong, but does still get to her target, which was Colavecchia, who gets it to Tesseman, who hits another 3. She had one earlier this tournament. Not a big 3-point shooter, as you can tell by the reaction from the bench. Not as good as the first reaction she had when she hit it earlier this weekend, but still getting the nod from her teammates as she puts the 3 to her eye. And here's a chance for Foos, doesn't go in. Rebound, Vanderhoof can't turn on it. And it will go out of bounds. Looks like it will remain Regina ball. The shot clock is at 14. Substitution here for Guelph checking in is Carol Uzi. So Zhaj will take a break here for Guelph. Miski gets the ball off the inbound, hesitates. Now she's at the wing. Another screen. Finds the cutter. Nice pass and a block there. That was Jade Belmore going up. She's got to get back on defense. She was blocked by Carol Usi. And now we've got the offensive foul called. And that one's going to go against Renee Armstrong. Just her first foul of tonight's game. Team foul number 2, but a good hustle play there to get back. So again, now Guelph throwing some full court pressure here, picking up their defender at full court. Burdon on Jade Belmore. Belmore fumbled a little bit coming over half. She's fine though. Gets it over to Miski, then sets the screen. Miski eyes Belmore, decides to keep it for herself, takes it through and draws the foul in the process. So this is a foul against Hannah Bourdon. That's her second foul of tonight's game. So here quickly, well, relatively quickly, 3 fouls against the Griffins, 1 against the Cougars. Belmore inbounds it to Miski. Miski has not had a foul called against her since that third one so far, as we near the halfway point of the third quarter. Belmore with a quick 3, and she cans it. The pass coming from Taylor Gottslig, but Jade Belmore, so lethal with that quick release, hits that. And they needed that. 42-31. It's still an 11-point deficit, though, for the Cougars. And they get a steal. Gottslig reads that perfectly and gets it to Belmore. Belmore, though, has it knocked away. She's able to get it before any Griffin can get to that ball. Fumbles her way through, gets a pass to the corner, and the three-pointer is hit. Maddie Seda with a big 3. And now they are within 10. It's an 8-point deficit for the Cougars as they continue to press full court. Seda going for the steal, but missed it. Now it's a chance for Colavecchia, who's been cold today, and she misses another one. Colavecchia still without a point in this game for Guelph. Trying on the defense end, though, but she's going to pick up the foul, being a little strong. She'll look back to her coach, reacting to that one. Don't think it'll change the ref's mind, so only her second foul of tonight's game. 4th foul for the Griffins, though. Only 1 against the Cougars, so the Cougars might look to be a little aggressive here and start getting to the foul line as they're picking up momentum here in the third quarter. Miski with it at the top, clearing out Maddie Seda. And here we got a foul called again. And it's going to be a blocking foul against Cortez. So Delaney Cortez picks up her first foul, but Guelph is in the penalty. So that will lead to shots for Kara Miski, who only played 11 minutes and 37 seconds in the first half because of those 3 fouls. And during that time, 2 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds. And you could throw a steal on that as well. And she gets that to fall. So now, 42-35 is the score. 7-point lead for the Guelph Griffins. Cortez being bothered by Seda. Seda all over her. Miski just out of reach for her. She almost had a steal. She forces the picked up dribble, and Guelph getting into their offensive set with 12 on the shot clock. The intensity picking up here for Regina. Here's passed off Renee Armstrong for 3, and it hits back iron. Goes over the backboard, no call. They let it play out. Rebound was taken, and now Regina has it. Won't slow it down, but they're able to corral it. Here's Seda now. A little bit of a head fake, and now sends it around baseline. Swinging it all the way back around to the wing. Here's Miski on Cortez. Miski, hesitation, gets it to Vanderhoof. Might have been knocked away. Nonetheless, Regina with it. 7 seconds on the shot clock, and it's hit out of bounds. Last touch by Regina, so it will be Guelph ball. We got a substitution here, but they haven't buzzed it in. Izzy Foose going to check back into the game here for Regina. So that means it'll be a break for Taylor Gottslig. Here's Miski playing hard defense, not bothered by the 3 fouls. Here's the switch. Now Armstrong gets Caillou Foose on her. Izzy Foose steps in, knocks Armstrong off with the hip, and then she falls. And now she's limited, a little gingerly coming off. No call on the play. It looked hard, and she's obviously in a little bit of pain. Guelph going to have to play through it. Here's Bourdon, now pulls up at the foul line, rims out. Foust fighting for the rebound. Last touched by Guelph as it goes out of bounds, so Regina will retain possession on this one. With 3:30 left in the third quarter in what's been a great final here at the 57th Wesmen Classic so far. The OUA's Guelph Griffins leading Canada West's Regina Cougars 42-35. Jade Belmore ready to get back into this game as soon as there's a whistle. Izzy Foust puts up a mid-range jumper, can't get it to fall. Tracked down by Guelph. Hannah Bourdon with it. She's got Caillou first, guiding her closely. Foust able to knock it loose to the back court, but Bourdon able to get it back. Here's Cortez for three from the corner. Rims out. Rebound up for grabs. Caillou Foust trying to get a hold on it. And it's finally Vanderhooft who's going to get it and get it up to Miskey very quickly here. They will swing it down to the corner for a three-point attempt. Rims out, and Bourdon will secure that. And you have to start running if you're Guelph because Regina is very intense with that full court pressure. They are able to get it over half with no real issues here. Cortez gets the ball back, sends it to the corner, a three-point attempt. Rims out. And it's Seda picking up the rebound, outletting it quickly to Izzy Foust, who pulls up for a mid-range jump shot. That rims out. So having a hard time, a lid on the basket here, it seems, for the last little bit. Regina with another opportunity. 7 on the shot clock. Miskey pulls up. Can't get that to fall. Rebound up for grabs, but Bourdon and Tesseman cross wires, and the ball goes out of bounds. There's no Regina player around, but nonetheless, it goes off Guelph and out of bounds. With that, Regina going to take a timeout. We haven't seen a lot of scoring here in the last few minutes. It remains 42-35. Both teams with some opportunities, but there's a lid on the hoop at the moment, and both teams trying to break it. But Regina really bringing up the pressure. They are playing under pretty difficult circumstances when it comes to foul trouble. 3 guards playing with 3 or more fouls. Brenna Metz, one of their starters, the 4th-year guard from Dr. Martin Leboldus High School in Regina. 4 fouls. She's been off since she picked that foul up early in the quarter. Be interesting to see when they bring her back, but the game is very much within reach, and they are playing well, so they might give her the added break. Karen Miskey has played this whole quarter with 3 fouls, and she's been playing very aggressive at that. Not seeming to affect her, and she's an integral part of this offense, as I mentioned before, as is Jade Belmore. Even Jade Belmore through that first half, only 6 points, but she also had 6 rebounds. And you know she's just waiting to go off at some point here. The Cougars rather, not the Cougars, the Griffins, playing very well with 42 points. Though, Julia Colavecchia, who is a big part of their team, big part of their offense, the offense does run through her hands very often. And she's yet to score a point here. So 2 players that have kind of underperformed here that normally would score. We'll see how they respond with 2 minutes and 3 seconds left in the quarter as Regina turns it over. Guelph will take over at the baseline.
Here we go, second row.
Here's Bourdon on Foust, uses the screen perfectly. Goes back and forth on the screen to find Colavecchia, who can use a shot, and there it is! 3 points for Colavecchia. She's on the board, and she's got a laser-focused look on her face. You know that's what she's hoping is the first of a few more here, as we are a minute 34 left in the third quarter. Colavecchia going for the steal and gets it. What a play by Colavecchia. First the three-pointer, then the steal. And she gets the ball back. No chance for Regina to get that full court pressure, so Guelph with a healthy shot clock getting the offense started here. Bourdon to Usi. Now left to Bourdon, who's going to take the shot and hit it. Find some space in the key. A little too easy if you're Regina. Another 2 points there. And now we're back up to a 12-point lead for Guelph with 1 minute left in the third. Urgency going to need to pick up here for Regina. Caillou Foust with a 3. No good. And that rebound's tracked down by Carol Lucy. She'll just leave it for Hannah Bourdon to bring it up. Now at the top, here's Usi with a three-point try of her own. That one's off the mark, and it's picked up and taken the other way by Maddie Seda. She's met by Rogerio. Doesn't lead to much difficulty, though, as the long outlet pass from Belmore to Foose connects, but Foose can't finish. And the ball will go out of bounds, and it's Guelph possession here. Vanderhoof going to be taking a break here as Taylor Gottslig checks back into the game. Caillou Foose thought it was her. Just get back on the court real quick here, as she's the last person back in this full court press. So now you've got Gottslig and Seda here at the top, putting pressure on these guards. Here's Seda. On Russlig, they cause the turnover. Belmore trying to get it. She finally knocks it loose. Colavecchia on her tail, and she will put that up and draw the foul. 2 points and a chance for a third for Jade Belmore. So that foul going to go against Colavecchia, her third of the game. Griffins in the penalty. Just one foul against the Cougars. So in the second quarter, it's very lopsided on the foul count towards the Cougars. This quarter, it's against the Griffins. And here they're trying to get one last stop. Another steal. Foose with 4 seconds on the shot clock. Going to take it all the way. It's knocked away. Out of bounds. 1.8 seconds on the clock, and a chance for one last shot here for the Cougars as some substitutions are going to come in. Kara Miskey back into the game, and Brenna Metz, the first time she's on the floor since she picked up that fourth foul, hoping they can get some sort of shot off here with 1.8 seconds left and make this a single-digit deficit going into the fourth and final quarter of this championship final. And she had to shoot that Caillou Foose. I don't think she realized how much time was left. Got it to her sister, Izzy, but no time to get that shot off. So at the end of 3 quarters, the Guelph Griffins lead 47-38. It is a single-digit lead. It's a 9-point lead for the Griffins, which means we're in for a very entertaining fourth quarter, as these Cougars have been playing from behind pretty much all game. Now, looking back here at the last game for the Griffins played a good portion of that game against Winnipeg from behind before coming over and winning that game late in the fourth quarter. It was a 3-point win for the Wesmen, so they know that the lead is not safe until this game is over. So we'll see the intensity probably remain here for Guelph, but Regina has to start making some things happen a little bit quickly here. They're going to want to see themselves put a few boards up here early and get a couple of stops to start this fourth quarter. Again, they've got a few guards playing with 3 or more fouls. Kara Miskey with 3, Brenna Metz with 4, 2 of the starting guards. And the veterans on this team, both are fourth years, and both from Saskatchewan. Kara Miskey from Warman, Saskatchewan, went to St. Joseph High School. Brenna Metz from Regina, another Dr. Martin Leopoldus High School product. As we wait on the stats here to come. Again, no live stats, unfortunately, at our scores table today. So a lot of references will come from a quarter ago or the rest of the game prior to this moment, and whatever I can remember as I count or write down as we're going along here. I'm Joey Slattery. I thank you for joining us here today. Wesmen Athletics, happy to have you along board for this Wesmen Classic final. Looks like it's going to be a good one here as they continue to have struggles with the stat sheet. Regina going to start with the ball. Jade Belmore will be inbounding. Kara Miskey will get that. Guarded closely here by Larissa Rogerio. Here's Miskey. Bops her way into the middle, gets it out to the baseline, and a nice take there. Quick 2 points for Maddie Seda, so that's huge. 7-point game here, 47-40. Still pretty low scoring for these teams. We have no problem scoring normally, but this is what happens when you have elite teams going head-to-head. 2 teams that have not played each other before, which makes for a very fun and entertaining game. Here's Seda now, waiting for Belmore to get over half here. She finds a first step, gets it up, no good. Rebound up for grabs. Belmore all over it, and then she gets the steal, and then she puts up 2 points after missing the first one. The intensity there after missing it, no reaction other than to get back on defense and impede Guelph from getting over, and just like that, it's an over and back, and then Guelph having a struggle here to start the fourth quarter. The lead has dwindled down to 5, and it could go down even lower. Uncharacteristic mistake there from Guelph as Colavecchia was just not in position to get that ball. Pass made too early. She couldn't get over half court. Here they're picking up the pressure on defense. Ball knocked away. Miskey will take it as she steps inbounds from the inbound pass. Here's Belmore, 6 seconds on the shot clock, pulls up for 3, hits front iron, and Guelph catching a break there. They're able to corral it and go the other way. Here's Tesseman leaving it for Armstrong. Armstrong having another great game. The captain for Guelph wide open for the mid-range jump shot, and Foost had to rush over and fouls her in the process. Not much of an option there. So Izzy Foost is picking up her second foul. Sorry, her first foul of tonight's game. And Armstrong will hit the first one. So 48-42. It's a 6-point lead here for the Griffins. They've led by as much as 13 points. This is a veteran Regina team. They've seen a lot, especially these fourth years through their journey to this point. Not going to overreact in this game, although it is a championship game. Still plenty of time, and they know that. 49-42 is the deficit. Here's Belmore. Get caught between 3 Guelph defenders. It's poked away by Colavecchia. She'll go the other way. She has Foost to beat. She does. Hard play, but a nice concentration there from Colavecchia to get another field goal. She has just 5 points in this game. And they're coming at very opportune times. Here's a tough reverse layup with Tesseman there, who is a notorious shot blocker. Not sure if that's the shot you want if you're Maddie Seda, but you got to live with it and get back on defense after the miss. Brenna Metz going to check back into the game with 4 fouls here momentarily. Tesseman misses the shot. Jade Belmore will take it quickly the other way, getting it to the wing. Here's Izzy Foost, one defender to beat. Can't get around her. Ball hits the backboard, and here comes Colavecchia for Guelph. And drops it for Usi. Usi can't get the three-pointer to drop. Tessie. Yeah, that was Tesseman. She got the rebound, but good positioning there by Regina did not give her an option. She had to step out of bounds, so they will get the ball on a turnover here as Izzy Foost will take a seat, as will Maddie Seda. Bretta Metz back into the game, and Vanderhoof checking in as well. Sorry, Taylor Gottsley is the one who checked in. And Kara Miskey a little frustrated, thought there was supposed to be a cut there. She was expecting it. The ball goes out of bounds. So a turnover there from Miskey. She does have a high number of turnovers this year. I think it's a little over 4 in conference play. But that's the type of playmaker she is. She takes chances, and it works more often than it doesn't. That's kind of what you live with a point guard like Miskey. Regina looking for a stop. Guelph looking to expand this league. They're up 51-42. It's back to 9. Make that. Nope. Still 9. Can it be 11? Usi struggling. Gets it off, though, before she falls out of bounds. Here's Armstrong. 9 seconds on the shot clock. Armstrong takes it in, and there's going to be a foul called here. And that's going to go against Regina's Taylor Gottsley. That's her second foul of tonight's game. Team foul number 2 in this fourth quarter. 14-second shot clock here for Guelph. Usi on Metz. Here's a mismatch. She's going to pass it out. Bourdon going to take her chance at a 3. And that's short. And Miskey gets fouled as she goes up for that rebound. And that's going to go against Cortez. So Delaney Cortez now picks up her second foul. Sorry, her third foul of tonight's game. And that's the first foul of the fourth quarter for the Guelph Griffins. Miskey being guarded closely by Bourdon, who knocks the ball loose, but it goes out of bounds. Miskey will inbound this one. And now a timeout called by the Griffins. Guelph leading 51-42. So a couple players getting in the action here. We've seen Jade Belmore, who in the last couple of games has had to labor for every point. Of course, she's going to be the marked player on Regina as one of the best players in the country. And Julia Colavecchia So looking at the Cougars, Belmore has 16 points. And it's funny because you have 16 points. That's a good tally. She's the leading scorer on the floor for the Cougars right now. But just seeing how she's playing and the opportunities she gets and how hard she's working, it's a hard 16 that she has. Kolovecchia now has 5 points, but she was scoreless well into the third quarter before she hit her first three-pointer and then followed that up with another 2-point field goal. She also had a very big steal after hitting that three-pointer that regained momentum for Guelph, who kind of slipped away a little bit there to the Cougars starting in the third quarter. But they still maintain that 9-point lead. It seems to be the lead they've held on to the most in this game. They've led by as much as 13. Regina is led by as much as 7. They went on a 7-0 run to start this game, and that's the last time that they had the lead. Once Guelph took over, they've stayed there, but this is very similar to what happened to Guelph against Winnipeg, where they were struggling and were able to squeak out the win to get into this game, to play Regina. They will keep that in mind as this game goes on, that the game is not over until that final buzzer. Two very good experienced teams, two of the best in Canada. The number 9 ranked Guelph Griffins and the unranked Regina Cougars. However, they are first in the Prairie Division in Canada West, second overall in the conference after UBC, who's played one less game. Here's Jade Belmore on the rush. Gets it up and gets that to fall. The pass coming from Taylor Gottslig. And now that full court press starts again. Now you got Jade Belmore who put on the first pressure. Now Gottslig impeding Guelph getting over. They do get over before the 8-second violation. They had some close calls here. They've yet to be called for the 8-second, but it's been close a few times. And now there's going to be another foul here against Regina. And that one's going against Gottslig. So Gottslig now has 3 fouls herself. On the floor right now for the Cougars, you've got 3 players with at least 3 fouls. Brenna Metz has 4. 3 is on the shot clock. Armstrong has to put it up. Does not get the friendly bounce. Jade Belmore tracks it down with relative ease, and she's going to take it the other way. Sees a hole, and that creates space for Gottslig, who can't get the shot. But Brenna Metz gets the rebound and draws the foul. And that foul's going to go against Renee Armstrong, just her second foul here tonight. Sorry, her third foul. Team foul number 2. No, it is her second foul. Pardon me. Second foul. Team foul number 2. 3 fouls have gone against the Cougars. Here's that full court pressure. Armstrong going to get over. But they do have to earn just getting over half. Regina has made them work, and Guelph has been up to the challenge all night. Here's a take by Bourdon, no good. Izzy Foose going to come up with the rebound and get it to Belmore. Quick pass to the wing. Here's Gottslig. Over to Miskey for 3, and that's no good off the back iron. Metz, though, able to track it down. Big rebound from the small guard, and she has that ripped away eventually by Usi, and Guelph will take it the other way. Substitutions coming in for both teams here momentarily. Here's Armstrong on Belmore. And, nice pass to Testament. She can't get it to fall. Lucky break there for Regina, and Foose wasting no time going to the other end. Tries to skip it over to Gottslig, but it's knocked out of bounds by Cortez. And with that, some substitutions. Checking back into the game here is Maddie Seda for Regina, and Julia Kolovecchia back in for Guelph. And you also have Ruggiero back in for Guelph as well, number 15. Here's Metz getting it over to Belmore. Belmore for 3 with Testament in her face. Does not get that 3 to fall. And now a steal for Regina. Seda fighting for it with Bourdon. It's going to be a jump ball. It will remain Guelph ball, so they lucked out there. Bourdon hustling to get that jump ball. That could have been a costly turnover as Miskey, after a quick break, is coming back on the floor here for Regina. So Taylor Gottslig will get a break. 4 minutes and 2 seconds left in this fourth quarter. In what has been a great game, Griffins lead 51-44. Again, Guelph greeted with that full court pressure, but they will get it across. And a wide open Testament. Foose has to hustle back and has to take the foul, and that is the danger with that press when it's broken. You left a very dangerous player down low wide open, and you're forced to take that foul. Izzy Foust picking up her second. In this one, that is team foul number 4, so they're one away from the penalty, and Tesman gets 2 shots. And she'll miss the first. Foul shots having a bit of a struggle today for Guelph, as she misses 2, but she gets the rebound. Tough break for Regina after what looked like a tough break for the Griffins. However, they missed the next shot, and it's turned over to Regina. Here's Miskey directing traffic over to Belmore. Belmore one-on-one with Armstrong. 2 of the best guards in the country going head-to-head, but it's Izzy Foust getting the shot. She's had some unlucky bounces on those shots, too, as it rims in and out again. Brenna Metz fighting for that rebound, a little frustrated for how long it took for a whistle. And it's going to go against Tesman. Tesman picking up that foul. It's her first foul of the game. She's got 12 points, Tesman. Ball being worked around. Here's Seda. Seda goes up in traffic, and she's blocked by Kolovecchia. Nice play by Kolovecchia, all ball. And now Guelph, with Brenna Metz falling down, trying to take advantage of the numbers they can, so Bourdon going to pull it back and get it to Armstrong. Always dangerous. Tesman with it now. Waiting for Bourdon, another prolific scorer here for Guelph. Through the key over to Armstrong for 3, and she cans that over Miskey. And the Griffins have restored a double-digit lead, up 10, 54-44 with 2:53 left in this fourth quarter. 3 points from Metz, no good. Tesman, no contest on the rebound, but now she's got Foust here as Guelph held at half. That one was a little risky, but they're able to get it through. Let's see if they can turn it into points. 11 seconds on the shot clock. Ruggiero over to Tesman from the foul line. Misses everything as that goes out of bounds. She's a little frustrated there. She walks back. It'll be Regina basketball. 2:30. Regina has to work fast. Miskey with it, Bourdon on her. She picks up her dribble, waiting for Belmore, nothing there. She has to shuffle it over to Foust. Izzy Foust now. Gets the pass to Miskey, sets the screen. Here's Miskey now, back to Foust. Foust into the key. Nice find for Metz. Metz couldn't handle the pass, and it goes out of bounds. Guelph possession. Substitution here for Guelph, checking in for the Griffins. It was Delaney Cortez. So Larissa Ruggiero comes back, and here that full court pressure coming in. You've got 2 guards here looking to double the ball handler, and here it is, and it's another turnover, and it's Miskey knocking it loose. Seda will pick it up. Thought about the 3. She's picked up her dribble. Someone needs to help her out. Miskey trying to help her. The pass almost knocked away. Here's a pass into Miskey, who's blocked by Tesman, who gives her a quick little stare down after the fact. Tesman, that's at least her 4th block of the game. Just so dangerous in there, and at this point in the game, that's why she's on the floor. Hard screen there from Tesman. Here comes Borden. Gets it over to Kolovecchia, who's heating up at the right time. Kolovecchia, who was scoreless for almost 3 quarters, hits another 3, her second of the game. And she now has 8 points in this contest, and they are 8 massive points. Could be the dagger here for the Cougars as the Griffins now lead 57-44. This team has been resilient. When things have not been going well, they stick to it. And their star players are figuring things out at the right time. Regina, though, needs an answer here. Their best players being turned away. We saw Miskey with a huge block. We've seen a few players miss some 3-pointers with some unfriendly bounces. And they have to put that past them and just keep pressing here in hopes that they can come back. The full court press has been effective. They've got a couple of turnovers off that. Unable to turn those into points, though, however. And now it's just pedal to the metal if you're the Cougars, if you hope to walk out of here with a championship. Guelph, though, looking like they're in great position to come in here and go 3-0 with a $1:35 left in the fourth quarter. Guelph leads it 57-44. Tesman, Cortez, Bourdon, Kolovecchia, and Armstrong on the floor for Guelph. Belmore, Miskey, Izzy Foust, Seda, And Josie Valley in for Regina. Ball knocked out of bounds. Regina will get it again. 11 seconds on the shot clock. But just as important, 1:32 on the game clock. It is a 13-point deficit for Regina late in this game. It's been 9 for most of this. This is the tied with the biggest lead for Guelph all game, which is the biggest lead of the game. And the out of bounds, last touched by Regina, so it's Guelph ball. Kolovecki was ready to react until the call was right. Then her head went down and off they went. So Guelph here with a good opportunity to kill some time, but they are going to be met with that intense Regina full court press. Brenna Metz back into the game. And here they go. They're looking for the double. They're late on it, so that's an easy press break for Guelph here late in the game, and they can burn some precious time off this clock. That is who Regina is playing against. Brenna Metz with a huge steal here, but she's got to hurry. 1:10 left in this game. Gets it over to Belmore. Belmore going to put up the three. That one, front iron. Kolovecchia with another rebound. A minute left in this fourth quarter, looking like Guelph going to walk away with the 57th annual Wesmen Classic title. Bourdon guarded closely by Gotsley. Gotsley not giving her any space. Bourdon earning every space she gets, finds a wide open Armstrong. She's fouled by Miskey, who closed out hard on that three-point attempt. She had no choice. And Miskey picking up her fourth foul. She played most of this game with 3, which is impressive in itself. As Seda comes back in for Metz, Armstrong will get 3 shots and can pretty much ice the game here. She'll hit the first one. 58-44 is the score. 44.2 seconds. Not a lot of time for Regina to work with. She'll hit the second one. It's a 15-point lead. Make that 16 for Guelph. 44 seconds away from the Wesmen Classic title. Here's Kara Miskey. Has to put it in the next gear here. Wasting no time, trying to find a lane. Well cut off there by Armstrong. Miskey finds Belmore underneath. She turns around quickly. Can't get the layup to fall. Goes out of bounds. Last touch by Guelph with 31 seconds left. Up by 16. The score makes it look a little bit more lopsided than the game actually was. This was a closely contested game. Both teams playing very well. As Megan Jassy checks into the game here. Her first action of this game, the 6'3", first-year forward from Markham, Ontario. And a travel there by Cortez. No, they're going to call the foul. Okay, Cortez looked like she traveled, but she did take a push. She did take a push from Maddie Seda, but it looked like the travel happened first, and there was no whistle. So Seda's going to pick up the foul. Miskey going to check out as Alexan Ward checks into the game for Regina. 27.5 seconds left, and because Regina is now in the penalty, it'll be shots for Cortez. Also checking in here is Josie Valley for Regina. Ruggiero back in for Guelph, as is Jarre. And Cortez hits the first shot. Further icing this game for Guelph. And the second, 62-44, 18 points. The deficit not telling the story of this game, though. It's been a great game here between Regina and Guelph as Belmore rushed that pass inside. Unable to handle it, though, is Josie Valley. And there's going to be a jump ball here with 20 seconds. Or nope, correct that. It looks like it might be a foul here. Refs are going to talk about it. No, that foul's going to go against Cortez. That's her fourth foul of tonight's game. 1 away from the penalty for Guelph, but it's not going to matter. Guelph 20 seconds away from that title. And now another foul called here. This one going to go against Ruggiero. So that'll be foul shots. Ruggiero's fourth foul. That's Belmore shooting the foul shot. I think they awarded a technical on that. It was just the one shot. I didn't see the call. I just saw the number. Nonetheless, Regina gets the ball back, but not going to come back in this one, but they will try to make that deficit a little bit smaller here with time winding down. 7 on the shot clock. Here's Valley. Puts it up, no good. Follows a rebound. Shot clock is off. 7 seconds left. Here's a three-point attempt. Rims out, as it's happened all night for Regina. No luck with those three-pointers as this game has gone on. Going to be a jump ball here. It will remain Regina basketball with 1.4 seconds left. This will be the last play of the game. Regina just want to get one more basket in their last exhibition game, a very important one, a championship game at this Wesmen Classic before the second half of Canada West Conference play. Belmore with one last shot at the buzzer, can't get it to go, and the Guelph Griffins are the 57th Wesmen Classic champions in 2024 with a 62-45 win. A convincing win by Guelph and a great game by both teams. The number 9 ranked Guelph Griffins came in here with some pressure. All eyes were on them as the only Ontario team in this tournament. They had a scare against the University of Winnipeg, nearly losing that one with a late comeback to win by 3 points after trailing most of that game to a very young and developing Wesmen team. In this game against Regina, who also had a close game with Fraser Valley, they closed this one out with a 62-45 win, really icing it as the game went on. They got stronger as the game went on. Regina couldn't find the basket, the twine, on their three-point shots as time was winding down. So it's been a tough one here for the Cougars, who are going to have to bounce back from this one as conference play resumes next week. The Griffins, though, well worth the trip out west. Coming into Winnipeg, going 3-0, the only undefeated team in this 8-team, 3-game apiece tournament to take first place, beating a very good Regina Cougars team. A Cougars team, as your Guelph fans are getting a little love from the players in the lineup here. I'm not sure what it means, but I'm sure you do. Getting away from Julia Kolvecchia and Tessaman, the rest of the team waving along. Very excited. It's going to be a fun flight home for the Guelph Griffins. And for those Western Canadians watching, yeah, flights don't happen very often in the OUA. It's all road travel here as the captains will go to accept this trophy. Renee Armstrong, Julia Kolvecchia, and Rain Jar will get up for their plaque. Not sure if we're going to get stats here as the picture is taken. We'll give it a couple of seconds here as they celebrate. The Guelph Griffins are the 2024 Wesmen Classic champions, the 57th team to raise that plaque at this prestigious holiday tournament in Winnipeg, Manitoba. The only OUA non-Canada West participant in this tournament goes 3-0, cruising in this game to a championship. They played an incredible game incredible tournament throughout this weekend, capping it off with a very strong performance. Key players stepping up at key times to get this win, 62-45. For everyone who's tuned in throughout the weekend, we thank you for tuning in to this 57th Wesmen Classic. It was a pleasure. We thank all teams for coming in for some great basketball throughout the weekend. The Guelph Griffins are your 57th Wesmen Classic champions. I'm Joey Slattery signing out from Winnipeg, Manitoba. Have a good night and enjoy the rest of second half action of U Sports basketball. Good night.